months easy. Hasan Friday. Party face. Hassle. 23 months still looking for the remote. Turning to mush, the worms get larger each day. Has capital.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Notice that cam change? New angle? Is that an angle change? What? That's right, baby. That's right. 4 years of being on Twitch, and this is what I finally am able to bring to you. Anyway, I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the NBs are having a fantastic one, because it is, folks. It is
IRL Turkey stream when?
Friday, March 25th, 2022, 11:12 a.m. I am pretty much early, I would say. I'm early, so no apologies there. New day, it's a new dawn, it's a beautiful day. And
37 yil.
we're going to have some fun today. It's a wonderful day. Classic HasanAbi angle, don't change it. Now, the beautiful part about this angle that
Daddy
Murat and I worked on putting this together last night, and the cool thing about this angle is that it's changeable, as in the camera filter needs to change. Obviously, there's like some issues with the lighting currently. However, this camera, and I can't show it to you, but it's on a swivel, which means I can get it closer to my face if I want to. I can put it way, way further back if I want to. I can, move the angles if I want to. And basically, I will be able to use both that and perhaps maybe this one. Hold on. Perhaps maybe this one for when I have guests over, when I have multiple guests over, and I want to do that. Like this a little bit. But yeah. Still haven't been able to utilize all the cameras, obviously. I mean, look, there's still this bad boy back there, you know what I'm saying? And you can see all this, you can see the two different cameras here now. That's the swivel that I was talking about, by the way.
Primo champ.
That. Boom. What's up, folks? Up close and personal, you know? Anyway, we'll put it here for now. So that is just something we were working on. Obviously, there's still work to be done. For example, the problems with this camera setup is that when I go up, it's going to be an issue. I'm going to have to that back so it doesn't interfere with the camera angle.
Have a great day, everyone.
So you can grab the camera like you're grabbing an gray name by the neck when you re-hit them. Maybe. Anyway, as far as personal news goes, this is for the parasocialists. Okay, this is for the early senders. This is for the early boys. I mean, there isn't really anything going on. I did some big business deals. I talked to Warren James about the production problems. Okay.
I can see all of your pores.
Some people have not been able to get their merchandise. I got clarity finally because the supplier was, in the most annoying way possible, not communicating with Warren James effectively on what the issues were. Turns out Gildan bought like the cotton mills, remaining domestic cotton mills, and they did not actually have like any cotton to continue producing some of the merchandise.
So happy I found this
Very
place.
annoying overall. Don't like it. I'm working on it. Don't worry, the people that haven't gotten their stuff, you're gonna get your stuff, and if you're annoyed, you should be able to get it refunded. I told them that. Like I halted.
Still no brain rot.
I straight up halted
birthday, man.
the upcoming drops. I was like, listen, the only reason why I'm doing this first and foremost is for the people that want it. Okay. for the people people in my community that want merchandise. Like I'm not. You can, judging by the profit motives, I'm sure you can understand that money is not the first and foremost most important subject matter here. I will literally just not do another drop unless every single order has been fulfilled. So, new orders will be fulfilled. We'll see. And old orders will be fulfilled. Sorry. So, don't worry. I got you. Okay, I got us. Advice how Kharkiv is resisting Russia's invasion. Check for TOS timestamps. God damn, dude.
Baby Kirby game.
That's good. Hold on. Let me put that here. I'm anti-union now. My shirt didn't come in. Yeah, we're done now.
Oh God, yeah.
We're done with the unions now. Tell people like, whoa, wow. Oh my God, this is cool. Check this shit out. Whoa. Is that how tall people be like? Is that true? Huh? I don't think so. Fucked up. I'd rather go naked than ask for a refund. Thanks for the drip. Thanks for taking time and looking into this shit. I imagine it's super annoying. Yeah, I mean, the entire purpose of me not doing this on my own is quite literally because the entire purpose of me not doing this on my own is because I want to fucking shut the fuck up. You lied. There's no, that's not real. You lie.
Almost 20 months, Monka.
That's a fucking lie. That would have been insane. Like, yes, I do have fans that work at the New York Times, but it would be fucking insane if one of them was on the Wordle team and impactful enough to like change a Wordle to a word that's not even a word, you know? Plus, Blammo has 2 M's in it, I think. Or does it have 1 N? I don't fucking know. You guys know better than I do. It's your word, not mine. Okay, anyway. All right, well, personal news-wise, like, I got nothing going on, and there's a lot of fucking fucked up shit going on. Love tuning in to the only Ukraine coverage that isn't nukes might drop at any second because Putin is crazy. Yeah, I mean, hey, Putin is still a bad dude, and, he did say some dumbass shit earlier today. He said he was canceled, just like JK Rowling. Suka bliat, I was canceled, just like JK Rowling was canceled for having transphobic opinions. It's bullshit. But personal news-wise, I'll just tell you this much, and this actually pertains to what my blast-off tweet is. So, I didn't realize that, it's been 4 fucking years. It's been 4 goddamn years since I've been on this fucking platform, okay? I had no fucking idea. I did not know. That's crazy. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I mean, yeah, I started streaming in 2018 and I wanted to get better at, off the cuff communication. I wanted to get better at being able to do that. 4 years later, I'm still not good at it. And also, I wanted to have a place to call my own, to make content for myself and my community. I was sick and tired of just being under the shadow of a larger organization. I didn't want to make content for someone else anymore. I wanted to make it for myself. I wanted all my positions to be, I wanted all my positions to be clear. And I wanted to show a different face of the left that I felt not being shown, both in mainstream media,
like half my life
but also in regular
love.
On the internet space as well. Everybody was like getting owned. All these goddamn neckbeards were making video essays about how the freaking left is gay,
Thanks, G.
blue-haired, whatever the fuck they were saying. I don't know. They were like genderqueer, blue hair, SJWs. And you know, that's bad. That's bad. And they're all yelling all the time. And I was like, that's not true. I don't think. Or even if you are, you know, gender non-conforming and blue-haired and whatever, you can be chill and have fun. You know what I mean? It's not like we're annoying fucking woke scolds all the goddamn time. Okay? Frustrating.
17 months pog.
Anyway, I'll just fucking blast off on that note because there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. Okay? I'm live on this wonderful Friday. What is this? Comment section on your latest YouTube video. Should trans women compete in women's sports? Can't wait to watch this fun, non-controversial video from Hasan. This debate would have been a lot less divisive if news agencies didn't just focus on the case every other year when a trans person won. There have been trans athletes from my state and no one around the country knows their name because they didn't win, and it doesn't make a good headline. I truly hate the media sensationalizing this issue and playing transphobia the most. Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, that's good. Those are good takes. Maybe we should ask female competitors in the particular sport instead of making decisions for them based on the feelings of people who aren't involved in the sport. Now, this is funny because, like, this could be transphobic or not transphobic. Because technically, like, what this person is saying is true. Because a lot of the female competitors in the particular sport don't actually care. You know what I mean? And they're not fucking transphobic pieces of shit. You'll always be able to find a cis woman that is transphobic. You can find a trans woman that's transphobic. You know what I mean? It's not that hard. Like, a lot of people have transphobic opinions. Funny you should say that. The girl in fourth place has specifically spoken out in favor of Leah Thomas. Now I'm sure your concerns will be settled, lol. Exactly. It's like, no, it won't. No, it won't. It won't address. It won't address that won't soothe their opinions because their opinions will never be soothed. Their opinions revolve around, like, you know, fuck trans people. That's it. That's like, whether they recognize it or not. And by the way, for the record, you are literally not smarter than the average Fox News watching parent when you get mad about this shit. Straight up. You might think you have like an ethical or moral grandstanding position on this issue, but you just straight up are like whipped into a frenzy by absolutely the most reactionary idiots on the planet. Like, it's so stupid.
17 months, let's go, Willie Hassel.
Yeah, it's just the same shit, the integrity in women's sports nonsense. You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's what the fuck it is. Integrity in women's sports is the same as you know, the video game ethics in video game journalism is the same, and it's perpetrated by the same people who now claim to have a different point of view. Anyway, the Macy's, you got a fat playlist here. You got the Vice one too. Okay, hell yeah. Yeah, Brandon is in fucking doing diplomacy in Europe, boys. Okay, we're gonna talk about all that. There's so much to talk about.
Great source of news and entertainment.
Brandon is in Poland. Russia updates on war so far. COPIUM warning. And more fun stuff. It's Friday. Get in now.
Ahoy, chat hassle.
I will be hidden now, in parentheses, emotional. Okay.
Blamo.
Talk about the pizza. I will talk about the pizza. I don't know what happened exactly with Azerbaijan and Armenia, but I do know this.
It's Friday then.
That's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh what? Here it is, folks, blasting off. I'm blasting off, boys. Streamer spam time. Streamer spam time. Bossa did do it, though. Sorry I had to do it to him. It's spring break, I think, right? Isn't it like spring break now? I mean, I guess it was already spring break since my mom was here, but there's a lot going on. There's some conflicting reports on what the fuck's going on in Kherson. Borger, even that New York Times article you wrote or you sent in literally says conflicting reports on whether Russia is still in full control of Kherson. I think, like, dude, at this stage, it's so fucking annoying. I mean, I hope Russia is no longer in control of Kherson. I hope that, like, Ukrainians have made some serious gotten some serious dubs there, okay? But what's incredibly frustrating about it is that, like, we just don't know. And I feel like we're just never going to know. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like, eventually one day, I guess we're going to be like, all right, I guess this was what was real and this was what was not real. But it's just so fucking annoying. Because it combines two things I despise. It has the fog of war, which creates this shroud of, like, misinformation over everything. Okay, and both sides with, like, in their own interests, specifically in propagandizing their positions. And it's also coverage from the fucking third world. Okay, coverage from developing nations is always difficult. Okay, I know how to navigate the space when it comes to neoliberal media. I know the personal biases. Okay, I understand that. I can match the personal biases of, like, private media entities. But when it comes to like supposedly private media entities and supposedly liberal media in countries like Ukraine, in countries like Russia, in countries like China, in Turkey, Venezuela, whenever it comes to, like, non-Western entities like that, okay, it's incredibly fucking difficult to figure out who's correct and who's not correct and what their biases are. You know this already. I've talked about it so many times. I just, like, I'm personally, I always try to understand, like, you know, what is this person's where is the person coming from? What is their background? Okay.
Love you, Hassan.
I thought the former Soviet sphere was the second world. Okay, whatever. Second world, not third world. You're right. Developing. I mean, Turkey is not Turkey's not a third world nation either. Oh, I skipped the chieftain video, the tank guy, because he loves tanks.
"14 months, let's go."
North Korea actually did a music video for their nuke, and I'm sorry, but it's hard mode, okay? It's hard body. I mean, straight up, just nuke us, dude. Actually, if we get nuked by this one, I'm in for it, okay? I mean, Juche is, like, popping off right now. Juche is having I mean, they're on the up and up, baby. Straight up, okay? Self-reliance all the way, dog. Straight up. Also, here, speaking of self-reliance, again, I'm fucking posting this because my blast off tweet. I'm here. I'm live. Live on this wonderful day, Friday. It is 4 years since I started doing that. Brandon is in Poland. Russia operates on war so far. COPIUM warning. Russia updates on war so far. COPIUM warning. More fun stuff is Friday. Get it now. Emotional. One of the memes that you guys sent to me.
Hey chat, Hasan banged your mom last night.
Anyway, we already saw this. We saw this yesterday.
Cecilia, ABC. There you are.
Oh, absolutely that way. Thank you.
Quick draw McGraw, dude. He just said nope. Watch.
Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so early that you were too quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war? Could Putin have been emboldened knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No and no.
That's swag. That's old man swag. That's Brandon swag, dude. That is Brandon at his most Brandon. Anyway, I love that answer. It's great. And also, what a fucking psycho. What a horny psychopath who does not realize that, like, she lives on this planet. What is wrong with journalists? Do they think they live in a bunker? Do they think they are going to be able to withstand nuclear holocaust? Why are they like this? Why did they say all the time that they're short-term, they're capitalist, short-term brained, short-term gain-brained minds just simply think like nuclear holocaust or the threats of nuclear holocaust is good for ratings. Let's do it. Actually, insanity. What a question. Anyway, that's all right. Let's look at this though. This is hard body. Okay, this is hard body. Straight up. North Korea releases highly stylized video of the latest missile test. Bro, they're doing slow-mo, dude. They're literally doing slow-mo. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit, dude. I am taken aback. I've criticized like Juche supporters and Juche defenders in the past. Like, you guys know what my takes on North Korea are. It's actually a nation that has been absolutely fucking destroyed by Western powers. They are basically functionally a buffer zone for China, okay, at this stage. But honestly, I mean, and the sanctions first and foremost, obviously, and they've been able to legitimately improve given all of the fucking odds. However, it's still pretty much functionally a theocratic monarchy, and not even remotely Marxist-Leninist. So let's be fucking real about that. But my opinions is changing. My opinions are changing on it because this kind of cool. North Korean television has broadcast the country's latest massive missile test with a feature film style editing. Just play the hit, dude. The Hwasan 17 is North Korea's largest intercontinental ballistic missile and is capable of reaching the United States. The new propaganda film features edited shots of leader Kim Jong-un preparing to observe the missile launch. No, I want the real one. I don't want this fucking stylized bullshit. I want the real stylized bullshit, okay? Where's the original? Does anyone have the link to the original? Because, like, fucking Western media. Dude, Western degenerates. These fucking Western counter-revolutionary degenerate freaks ruined yet another great cut, okay? Fuck them. Fuck them. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch the OG shit.
This is the first time in 7 months that TTS was on. 13 months on your 4-year anniversary. That's the BCWI.
Ooh! My man said it's boom o'clock, dude. Hey, what's that, dude? Hey, yo, do you know what time it is? It's time to get blasted, dude. Let's go. Yo, it's time to get my money up. Time to get... Oh, no. No. No. he didn't take the shades off. He didn't take the shades off. Oh, he had to do it to him. He had to do it to him. He's doing it so cold. Why is he so cold? Why is he? Oh no, dude. What the fuck? Yo, dude, stop. Stop. Stop. We gotta run that again. What? Yo, dude, this is fucking crazy. Dude, this literally is like me and the homies made an edit on like the Windows movie editor, okay? This is literally like this is like a fun little project you would do at high school, okay? By yourself with the friends, with the boys. The step back. Oh, he's still checking the time. He said, I ain't got no time for this. And then the general's like, I'm checking time too. He's like, no, you're not. No, you're not, motherfucker. I checked the time. It's just me. Look. He just looked at him like, you know what time it is? And the general's like, do I check the time too? And he was like, no, bitch. Put your fucking hand down. That's my thing. We'll fuck you up, dude. Dude, I know, like, I mean, as a foreign language speaker, obviously, like, I know that it sounds really aggressive when I speak in Turkish to Americans, right? I don't know what it is. I've listened to people in Korea speak Korean, okay? But for some reason, anytime I listen to, like, North Korean news, they are so fucking angry, dude. It sounds so angry. I know it's not a microaggression, okay? It's just North Korean state news is like the way that they fucking pronounce some words. I'm just like, damn, I don't know what they're saying, but shit is fucked up. Okay? They're gonna fuck me up, dude. Straight up. There's something going on, and I don't know what it is, but it's very serious. Utmost seriousness, okay? Like, look at that. My man said, "전야하는." I don't know what he said, but the way he said it is just, it's crazy. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what he's about to say, but he's like, Brazil, I'm coming for you. Okay? He just dropped it. He's gonna nuke LA specifically because of the VOD? Dude, I'm happy with that. I'm good.
대륙간 탄도미사일 화성포 17형 시험 발사를 위한 전투 정보가 있습니다.
What is going on? Dude, come on, dude. Are you serious? Bro, this is going to destroy the West. Anyone that sees this is immediately on North Korea's side. The Democratic People's Republic's side, okay? People about to be like, no, I'm Juche. Like, it's over. You can't let, Western teenagers see this. They are going to become Korea-boos, but not for K-pop. Not for that, South Korean capitalist shit. They're going to straight up be like, no, actually, Juche is upholding the values of true Marxist-Leninism. Okay? This is crazy. I got chills, dude. I want this I would be honored to die at the hands of this, okay? Nuclear strike. It's Juche, by the way. Juche. Okay. In order to make the rocket launch, like 8 dudes have to yell in unison. When have you seen this kind of excitement in your life? When have you experienced this kind of excitement? Look at how excited these guys are, bro. They're having so much fun. They're like, yeah, let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Look at that. I mean, homies are just chilling, dude. They are having the fucking time of their lives. American nerd scientists. What do? They sit in a fucking launch facility in New Mexico and they're like, oh no, we're going to fucking destroy the water supply of like some, reservation because we just accidentally launched a nuke. Oh no. Meanwhile, fucking Chad-ass North Koreans are like, let's go. We got another fucking ICBM, boys. We finally, dude. Yeah, they do have airsoft weeb energy. They look like they're having so much fun. They should be able to have some fun. Okay? They should be able to. That's all I'm saying is North Koreans should be allowed to have fun. And if this is the way they're having fun, I will not elaborate. Okay? If this is how they're having fun, they're allowed to. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Over under on 12 guns being pointed at these dudes off camera. Dude, it's not like that. Like, I'm sure some of these dudes are like actually fucking, they're happy. Like, there's probably underlying fear, but Western media has like broken your brain. They're not like, dude, you have to be happy or else we're going to kill you.
As high.
Honestly, the one who was probably shitting bricks is the general. Why? Because if this launch doesn't go according to, expectations, after they cut this film, the only thing they're cutting is not going to be the film, if you know what I mean. Ooh! Ooh! Look at that! Woohoo!
전략무기 시험 발사 성공의 기쁨이 발사장의 차고를 찼습니다. 동의하는 김정은 동지께서는 우리 공화국의 전략적 지위를 온 세상에 힘있게 과시하는 데 공헌한
Respect, much respect.
전투원들과 주요 국방
Much respect to the Democratic People's Republic, okay? They're out here, they're out here, they're trying their best, they're having fun. What else? Not a phone in sight, okay? That's what I'm talking about. Just hanging out with the fucking boys, not a single phone in sight. Do you see that? That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what the future vibes are supposed to be. Just all of the homies launching intercontinental ballistic missiles, okay? Straight up. Just guys being dudes, no women to ruin the fun. Oh, don't fucking, don't show that you have, strike distance capabilities to the Western world so they never actually end up releasing the sanctions. Like, none of that bullshit, Dudes rock 2022 through and through, okay? Nice. They're having fun. Bet they're going to, bet the meat allocation is going to increase for the boys after this. You know what I mean? They're going to have some fun there too. It's great. It's fun. They're having fun. They should be allowed to have some fun. They're fucking, our life is pretty much hell every day, regardless.
On the 4 years.
Launching nukes is so much more fun when there ain't a bitch in your ear telling you how bad it is. Oh, it's like Little Caesar's pizza, dude. Yeah, this guy gets it. He gets it. He's right. That's precisely what I'm saying. Oh, Jesus Christ. They specifically made it look like a Poggers Marvel movie. Western culture is cooked now. Dude, they've been working on their strike capabilities, but they should have been working on their editing capabilities, which is ironic considering Kim Jong-il was like literally a fucking, movie buff, movie head, kind of rose to prominence over everybody else in the family due to his like interest in cutting Western propaganda. But his son, on the other hand, not so great, I think. You know, Un, not doing the best.
Let's
Son is a bit of a dud. Yeah, his son doesn't really get it too well. Also, isn't dead yet. So, you know what I'm talking about? Like, everybody always like, oh, he's dead, he died again, he died again. It's like, no, motherfucker. This family, first of all, the Kims are born with gout, okay? They eat way too much Gouda to not have gout across the board. They have found it's the first ever like transferable instance of gout being like a genetic disability that is hereditary in the Kim family. Okay? So they're already like, you know, they're surviving and thriving. Okay? He lost a lot of weight during COVID. Everybody was gaining the COVID-15. And Kim Jong-un, on the other hand, was losing the COVID-15. He put on 15 pounds of muscle. And then he gained it back, though. He had actually lost a lot of weight, but he gained it back. It's not, you know. But at least the country's glowing up. Half my family has genetic gout, you asshole. Wait, really? I thought it was like gout was like diabetes. Or, well, not diabetes, the one that is like hereditary, but diabetes that you have a higher likelihood of getting later on in life. And same with gout. I didn't think you could like actually literally have gout since birth.
15 months strong. Let's go.
Like there's two types of diabetes, right? And the type that isn't genetic in diabetes, you can still have a genetic proclivity to get diabetes. Like I have that. Like my family all is diabetic. And with gout, I thought it was like kind of like that. Gout is usually an older person later on, but there can be genetic causes. I'm a med student. It's a combination of genetics and environmental factors. I guess gout is very similar to diabetes in that way. Gout is a disease of fork. Too much alcohol, white flour, standard American diet. No, I thought you got gout from like rich fats.
2 more until I can carry my brain rot to term.
Anyway, let's continue.
하나 뜻깊은 기념 사진을 찍으셨습니다. 우리 공화국의 절대적 힘을 온 세상에 힘있게 과시한 뜻깊은 시각. 화선에서 원수님의 품에 안겨.
Wait, is someone holding him? Oh my God, this guy's literally holding him.
과시한 뜻깊은 시각.
Whoa, that's crazy. What do you think's going on there? Can we talk about that for a second? Getting back to what's happening here. What do you think this is? You think they're fucking? Like, what's happening there? Now, not to be too parasocial with Kim. Like, I hate shipping culture. I hate being parasocial. But, like, what's happening there? You think there's a little bit more to this? Or what? I wish I could hold him like that, honestly. I mean, I would hold him harder than that.
I don't remember this scene from the interview.
If you had an opportunity to hug Kim Jong-un, what, you wouldn't take it? I would 100% take it. I'm just going to be honest with you. Straight up. Think about it, dude. You get to hug him.
Go.
Like full hug. Okay? Because I just want to know. I want to know what it's about. But it is crazy that he's just like touching him. That is wild. You just got yourself added to like 5 watch lists? Yeah, watch lists for... Yeah, the only watch list I care about is the the Democratic People's Republic's watch list of, you know, hottest Twitch streamers to watch that want to hug Kim Jong-un. That's the list I want to be on. The Lion of the Korean Peninsula, watch your tongue. Exactly, dude. What do you mean? I feel like he has the capabilities of being a really good hugger. Like, anyway. He's so aggressive. He needs someone to hold him back 24/7. He's like, yeah, hold me back. Even when I'm smiling, I'm capable to do some shit. You know what I mean? Yo, when I'm fucked up, that's the real me, dude. That's the real me, son.
Let's go, let's go.
You don't want to hug South Korea's new incel president? No, I don't want to hug him. He's like crusty and fucking wiry. I'm not interested in him. He's not cool. He's like a regular fucking boring capitalist. At least this guy's like a theocratic monarch. You know what I mean? Like an authoritarian. He's like a weird. He's at least interesting. The other psycho I've seen a million versions of. Okay, oh yeah, let's abolish the fucking minimum wage. Like, oh, sick. Really new stuff, man. You're killing it. How about something more interesting? Like, talk to me when you were launching, you know, ICBMs and shit for fun. They're not Marxist-Leninists. Stop saying they're Marxist-Leninists. They have not been Marxist-Leninists for some time now, okay? Well, HasanAbi, a communist drawn to an authoritarian. What else is new? What the irony of this statement is that, like, both this dude and also many capitalist leaders are authoritarian in nature. I just think that this is at least, like, more interesting. And also, I'm joking. I love the person. This is Juche holds up Marxist-Leninist ideology. They literally do not. They do not. They do not. They do not. You are unironically just like, oh, they're anti-America, so like they must uphold Marxist-Leninist ideology. They just don't. They don't. They don't. They straight up don't. They don't even say that they do. Okay? It's like Juche is more self-reliance and less Marxist-Leninism now. Okay? Stop. Stop with this nonsense. They do say they do. Are you kidding me? On eliminating and dogmatism and formalism and establishing Juche in ideological work from Kim Il-sung, I'm pretty sure didn't they take out Marxist-Leninism from their didn't they take out Marxist-Leninism from their ideology, their ideological framework? Helmets are 100% styrofoam, bro.
Chills.
Hammer and pickle Vietnam-style reform would mean big changes for North Korea. Look at that, dude. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at that. Counter-revolutionary, the freaks who love the Western hegemony, okay? Look at that, dude. Look at that. None of them uphold the principles that Lenin truly wanted, okay? These guys are all fucking revisionists. They're all reformists. I hate them, okay? They are not true Marxists like I am, okay? Bullshit. Neither did Stalin. Yeah, I love right. Intro baby Marxists who are like, they do a material analysis of how class and society is structured, but also the Kim family are literally god kings and they make the weather also. Yeah. Point to me what stage of dialectical materialism you're on when you decide that like one family is actually responsible for all technological development. You're a revisionist, aren't you? Of course, dude. I'm fucking joking. They use Marxism-Leninism as a sort of mythology alongside the Juche monarchy stuff. Being a fucking Juche anti, stand Juche or else. I'm surprised that more people don't say that like Cuba has upholded like the values of Juche self-reliance better than fucking North Korea has. Why don't any leftists say that? More leftists should say that.
Drink milk.
Upholded, whatever. Shut up. Dialectical materialism is so powerful it is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah. Okay, we're done. We're done with the Juche portion. Okay, now that we've seen that they went through de-Leninization, like de-Stalinization, understandable. Okay, cool, whatever. Stalin did some good shit. He did a lot of bad shit too. Okay, not great. Not great. Let's admit. De-Stalinization makes sense. Understandable. De-Leninization, unacceptable. You are a counter-revolutionary. You are no longer a revisionist. You're just bad across the board. Taking down a Lenin statue, unacceptable. You fucked up. You fucked up big time. No longer a Juche stan. I decided it's unacceptable. Okay? No de-Leninization.
2 months.
And I saw the highest growth under Stalin. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Stalin was so thick. Well, yeah, I know. That's why I said, some good.
Democratic People's Republicacy.
Has to take the hammer and sickle out of the Twitter handle. Yeah. North Korea does have some of the most wild vibes. Pyongyang at night. They do not just play this music at night for no reason. Are you fucking kidding me? They play it in the malls when it's time to go home too. That's cool as fuck, but also incredibly weird.
JK.
Kim Drainer confirmed. I mean, dude, if you don't sample this, the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? If I was a music producer, I would sample this shit. 100%. I mean, that's fire. Stalin has literally used the line goes up meme, but from the left, I feel like. Yeah. Also, they constantly, much like liberals who like to talk about the line going up in the fucking market, will refuse to talk about all the other lines that are going down, like, I don't know, human being lives, overall safety and security. Now, there are certain reasons for it, war, all that stuff. But kind of interesting that, capitalists also avoid that other, the other side of that. Yeah, and get DMCA'd by an ICBM. What, you think North Korea cares about fucking DMCAs, dude? Who's going to uphold that, dude? What American company's going to be like, yeah, no, you're right. We have to respect the integrity.
Damn, no notification today. How does Twitch not notify me about the best Twitch stream?
I love when leftists say this for anything. It's like, dude, it's fine. Okay. It's okay. You can criticize Stalin. Okay. He's not a deity. After all, he was literally 5'3". So, do with that. He was not a short king. There were times when he was a short king, killing Nazis. A lot of times when he was not a short king. Okay. Totally fucking up some aspects of centralization. Definitely short king behavior when he was robbing banks, though. That was sick.
Hasan.
Absolutely inhuman. The price of industrialization was disgusting. Yeah, totally. Meanwhile, you know, living in the imperial core, you get to space out industrialization over 400 years of progress and colonization and slavery.
Kim just wild in with his
yeah,
voice.
industrialization is, if we're gonna have a realist point of view on it, industrialization could have been done better. But let's be fucking real for a second. You know? And if you're gonna turn around and hit me with that fucking Cato study, that like
28 months.
that literally claims that like Tsarist Russia would have industrialized at a similar rate, I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm just letting you know, because I've heard the arguments, I've seen the arguments. I don't think you can industrialize better, is all I'm gonna say.
Who?
Yeah. Clarence Thomas gets sick right before all this drops. Seems convenient. No. What, you think he's faking being sick? No, his wife has been a psycho for a long ass time, dude. Okay, we're done with the Juche shit.
We are the Blamo Soviet Socialist Republic. Here's to our long sub-record.
America, like 100 years of protectionist policy to industrialize. Like people think that like industrialization in the West happened with hugs and kisses and no deaths. But the reason why they feel that way is because the type of revisionist history that we engage in here in the United States of America about our level of industrialization, the pro-capitalist fucking, the pro-capitalist explanations of history would make, you know, Stalin shudder with, or maybe make him horny about how you could so easily rewrite history. You know, maybe he'd be like, wow, that's pretty good. We should do that as well.
16 months.
So just don't forget that. How Stalin starved Ukraine? We are not watching that right now. What about other arguments like social advances after revolution? Why always bring up industrialization, especially during climate change? Because I'm not like a... because I'm not like fucking a fake anarcho-primitivist LARPer. I'm on Twitch. I'm a Twitch streamer, dude. I serve you top of the hour ad breaks at the top of every hour. And I tell you, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. You know what I mean? Like, and that you can use an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month. So obviously, like, industrialization had many advantages that I'm in favor of. I think the economic organization on top of that is not great, though. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Are you glad millions died so you can stream on Twitch?
No ads.
My brother in Christ,
still have to endure hearing the
there is
tragic
nothing I
segues.
can do about the way that history worked, okay, to lead up to this moment. I can just adequately assess it and tell you how it is, okay? But if you ask me, the spoils, do I like the spoils? Yes, I do. And let me tell you why. You like the spoils as well. For example, I have glasses. I can't see without these glasses. Clearly, I enjoy the spoils of technological achievements so I can wear glasses and be able to see.
Thanks for the wild
okay?
ride.
Some of you have diabetes from your parents, okay? I'm sure you appreciate not immediately fucking dying. And by the way, the technology for that is incredible. The insulin pumps used to be like loud, obnoxious, gigantic, literally have tubes all around your fucking body that you had to be pumping insulin into your body all day, every day. Now it's a little bit of it's like a nicotine patch you slap on your ass. Okay? How sick is that shit, dude? I like not dying. I like not being eaten by a fucking bear. Okay? So, you know, just going to admit that those are some of the good consequences of the Industrial Revolution because I'm not a Ted Kaczynski supporter. What's going on right now? Why are we having debates on this? Oh, yeah. Anyway. Okay, Clarence Thomas, only no vote. We did the coverage on fucking Juche gang. Turkey, the least nationalistic Turkey supporter. I don't believe that. I don't think it's real. I don't think this is real. Like, dude, look at this. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would it? You think that's real? If you blew up a TV? It's got to be fake. That means son of a whore. Most emotionally stable. Most emotionally stable Turkish football fan, okay? Yilmaz really did it this time. Doja Cat stands in Paraguay are mad at her for canceling a show and not saying hi to them outside of her hotel while their country was in the midst of a deadly storm. Doja Cat says she's quitting music in a series of tweets, and here's why. She says she fucking quits in a series of tweets. For context, Doja was supposed to play at opening day of the Asuncionico Festival in Paraguay, but ended up being canceled because of the flooding due to a major storm. Some people subsequently appeared annoyed that Doja didn't interact with fans outside her hotel while she was in Paraguay or post about the canceled festival online. Might have seen the Asuncionico. Am I saying that right? Yeah, we're going to talk about Vladimir Putin comparing himself to JK Rowling in a second. Miley Cyrus' plane got struck by lightning en route to the festival. Holy shit, dude. God does not want the people of Paraguay to listen to any music, okay? If I was in Paraguay right now, I'd be like, I'm done with music. We're done. Okay? Holy fuck. Holy fuck, dude. That is... this article keeps expanding into more insane shit. Okay. Machine Gun Kelly also ended up doing an impromptu show outside his hotel after the cancellation. Okay. That's worse. That's literally worse. Like, these people... What?
Hey, what's this dude?
Imagine being in Paraguay, okay? You got fucking crazy storms ruining your country, okay? Fucking your shit up. And then all you get is Machine Gun Kelly. The one person, if he had canceled, would be good.
Hi.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too. I'd be pissed at Doja Cat. I'd be like, really? I have to fucking listen to this guy? Are you serious? Motherfucking emo boy, dude. Motherfucking mainstream Andy or whatever the fuck he's saying. That's worse than the storm, dude. What the fuck? However, it's worth mentioning that seemingly now deleted tweet from Doja asserts that there weren't many fans outside her hotel when she left the following day. Things took a turn on Twitter when Doja apologized for not giving the crowd at Lollapalooza in Brazil a good enough show a few days after the canceled Paraguay gig. I don't think I gave Brazil a good enough show tonight at all, and I'm sorry for that, but thank you guys for coming out. I fucking love you, and thank God we got another show tomorrow. I promise I'll do better. To which fans from Paraguay took issue. Oh, this is the most like Latin America. Oh, dude.
From work.
Dude, this is the most South American news story I have ever fucking read. For the record, this is like Balkan shit, but for Latin America. Okay. That's awesome. This is great. This is hilarious. To which some fans in Paraguay took issue, such as one fan who told Doja it was too late to apologize to them. Public enemy number one. And she said, I'm not sorry. I'm just going to let everybody be mad, she replied to one tweet. Doja, you're not going to win this fight against the Paraguayans. I've moved on. I'm just going to let everybody be mad. No, that's not good. Doja also says she wouldn't be taking photos of anyone after her current tour. It's kind of sad, though, because you handled the situation like this. I can imagine it happening again and again with other countries. I'm not taking pictures again with anybody else after this tour. I don't give a fuck anymore. I fucking quit. I can't wait to fucking disappear. And I don't need you to believe in me anymore. Everything is dead to me. Music is dead. I'm a fucking fool for ever thinking I was made for this. This is a fucking nightmare. Unfollow me. She wrote in another tweet. Before following it up with, this shit ain't for me, so I'm out. Y'all take care. Doja also changed her username to I quit.
Sammy.
Bro, I know exactly what the stages of grief she went through, okay? She's just having a fucking breakdown, okay? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It's gonna be all right. Except, don't find yourself in Paraguay anytime soon, okay? Listen, some of us can't go to St. Louis, and some of us can't go to Paraguay, okay? Machine Gun Kelly outside of his hotel.
The Paraguay set got canceled because of rain. We ordered a huge speaker. Meet us outside of our hotel in 10 minutes. We're coming out there and we're doing the show right here, right in front.
I shouldn't make fun. I mean, it seems like he's trying his best, dude. Listen. He's got limitations, okay? But he's trying his best. I can't make fun of him that hard,
Paraguay, we love you, and we want to keep going, even through the flood. So come see us perform.
Big speaker out front. Come here
now.
Our hotel, put a speaker out front. We're just gonna go see what happens.
14 months.
Should we just mob out there? Fuck it, let's do it.
MGK seems nice, but he's also so lame. Oh, he is so lame, dude. He is so incredibly cringe. Also,
Honestly, a vibe.
Don't ask a man his salary. I don't know the rest of the meme for the woman part, and MGK what his thoughts on age of consent laws are. Okay, I mean he does seem like a nice
HasanAbi
person now.
nods. Yo, chatting, you are all looking beautiful, Hasan.
But
Can I do one more? Okay.
Don't ask a woman her age. MGK sure won't. Okay, that's what it was. Don't ask a woman her age. MGK's like, yeah, I won't. Don't worry. Bro, people don't understand, like, this man is from Ohio, okay? A storm is not going to hold him back. I mean, he literally made it out of Ohio. What else, dude? I mean, he's overcome the greatest odds, okay? Built differently, okay? He literally looks like he could die at any moment, okay? Light breeze could knock him out. And meanwhile, he's out here in the middle of a fucking storm like, no, I'm going to perform, dog. These people need to hear my new emo songs or whatever he's doing. I'm emo now. And also, these people need to hear it. Okay? Respect. Relating to MGK, Joyner Lucas called MGK out and then said he got hacked. This is embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, he's a Midwesterner. He knows what it's like. When you just gotta fucking stand outside on the porch, as this Midwest chatter said. You gotta stand out on your porch in the middle of a fucking. Are you on Doja Cat's committee?
Sure, you've only streamed for 23 months.
What?
Then what? What do you want?
I am not on the small. Dude, stop, dude. Stop it. You fucking assholes. I don't have a small head, so I'm not on the committee.
Hasan with the pretty Jesus hair.
Someone said, look at her likes. Bro, I love this though. This is funny as fuck.
Officially for me.
This is an incredibly funny thing to tweet out, dude. I'm sorry, but like, it's too late to apologize. Public enemy #1. Like, that's a fucking awesome tweet, dude. That's... When she says justice for Paraguay, what does she mean? Like, does she mean this? This is what she's looking for justice for? That's awesome. She said, I'm not sorry. Oh, no.
My fav streamer.
People were really wilding out over the whole Doja thing. Wait, what? What makes this even worse is the fact that Doja is half Jewish. I'm sick to my stomach. Evil doesn't die. It reinvents itself. What? That's awesome. Yo, that is fucking crazy. They said she was Hitler.
16 months. Boys.
That's fire. That's actually fire. That's come on. Oh, they said, yeah. They'd be like, weather never stopped Hitler from achieving his dreams, okay? I mean, my man still tried to take over Russia. He was like, fucking winter? I don't give a shit, dude. Yeah, Doja's like light drizzle. Oh, boy. Okay, maybe the winter in Russia did stop Hitler from achieving his dreams, but it didn't stop him from trying to achieve his dreams, okay? South America's social media, Twitter, is extremely underrated. Half of the stands of anything on Twitter are from Brazil. Oh, yeah.
Blimo.
Dude, you just can't. Dude, I love South American posters, dude. They're just so fucking broken in the brain. It's awesome. It's great. I get it because it just reminds me of Turkish posters because, like, one, similar levels of nationalism, and two, nothing else going on. So you just have posts. That's all you have. Same with Turkey. What are you going to do, bro? You're going to fucking, I don't know, you're going to live a healthy life and have like a viable future ahead? No. So you just post. That's all you have. All you got is posting. So you just post the most insane shit. You get into online arguments and play video games on the internet. İşte HasanAbi izliyoruz işte. See, there you go. Abi TR'de nasıl bir şey olmuyor? Her gün farklı şey. Hayır abicim, demeye çalıştığım şey stabilite yok. Okay? There's no stability. So all you have that you can rely on in your life and you know, have some stability, some sense of stability and purpose is your posts. You just sit around and wait for the government not to fuck you, okay?
No brain rot here, yep, COPIUM.
Here's another one. Every time something doesn't go their way, they start being racist. This was so uncalled for and rude. Doja doesn't deserve this. You make fun of Paraguay, but in the end, you will end up victimizing yourself like the black woman you are. Jesus Christ, dude.
Colon D.
That's... You haven't experienced the true brain rot until you speak to a Latin American weeb. I know this because I am one. Yeah. K-pop profile pic is crazy, dude. The K-pop stands can either be like the most woke person you've ever seen, or straight up will just say the most insane. Like they'll say things that like make Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon look woke. Okay. Out of nowhere, you're like, what the fuck? And sometimes both, by the way. Sometimes, why not both? Why not both? I mean, it's like the barbs, right? Barbs that go from like, you're fucking racist for even, typing and not sending a tweet that had the word bus featured in it, to you're a sand N-word with a crusty skin. You have like dirty skin, telling me that, this is just how Muslims be like. Okay.
Oh, Ross Budge Juju.
No, aging at the speed of white was funny. That was, I appreciate that. That was actually funny. Please discuss. What is this? My country's national sovereignty ceases to exist if the U.S. is isolationist, so I don't agree with that. Well, I know where Claire is from, and I don't know what she's talking about. What sovereignty?
It's a meme.
My friend, your sovereignty is not Israel. No, she's Aussie, okay? And what sovereignty, my friend? Huh? What, you think a couple nuclear submarines is what kind of sovereignty you have? Your entire economy is literally directly. You might as well tie your entire economy to the yen, okay? Talking about sovereignty. Know your place, okay? Sorry. Australian sovereignty. Your country is still literally run by the Queen, okay? That's crazy.
Congrats on 4 years, G.
Yuan, not yen, whatever. Biggest export, spiders. Sorry, can't hear you over my healthcare system and welfare. Yeah, I know. He's proper nice, isn't it? He's proper fucking nice, isn't it, bruv? He's proper nice, isn't it? The doll. The fucking doll, mate. Or nor. I fucking made it British. I haven't done an Australian accent in a while.
What's on today's agenda?
Thought with crikey or nor. When you try to do an Aussie accent, it sounds like New Zealand. I can't tell the rest of it. American nuclear deterrence is the only thing keeping the emus. The fucking emus at bay. The fucking emus.
Love you, Hasan.
Double tapping a herd of emus with a sub-launched MIRV. Yeah. So did Jamaica officially remove the Queen as the head of state before Australia did?
13 months. Isn't that the time it takes for a pregnant mother to give birth?
Is that what's going on? Jamaica moves to drop Queen Elizabeth as head of state report.
20 months with my fav socialist hassle.
Prince William and Kate Middleton are due to arrive in Jamaica on Tuesday amid protesters demanding financial reparations and a royal apology for the country's colonial past. I mean, dude. At this stage, they should be excited that that's all they're demanding. You know what I mean? Instead of a pound of flesh.
Hi, friends.
Yeah. The queen's not dead yet, but demands for a royal apology will kill her. Oh no, a proper apology. A proper apology.
Much love, brother.
To a nation of non-whites. To the non-Anglo-Saxon. I will die before this. Okay. The queen is washed straight up. The queen doesn't give a fuck about that shit. Yeah. She got to be horny though, now that her boyfriend is dead, you know what I mean? That's probably what I'd be worried about at that stage.
Hassle.
What, you think she doesn't get down? You're crazy. Damn, bro. I'm sorry. This is what happens when your country is fucking starving for anything, okay? Imagine this is the reception that Machine Gun Kelly gets. Holy fuck, dude. These guys were... I feel bad, you know? Wait, so he just put a PA system up to play Spotify, like his hits from Spotify, where he's just like half lip syncing? That's it? Most MGK fans I've seen in one place. No, I mean, he has a big fandom. You know, hey, listen. If this is what they want, you know, good for them. I'm happy for them.
Hey, I'm loving everybody up top. I'm loving everybody down here. This is the shit. Let's just have some fun. Let's jam tonight. Can my friend JD come and do something? Cigarettes flooding me on side and X-ray showing I got more bad news.
Wait, MGK has an MGK tattoo on his back? That's the most MGK shit I've done seen, dude. So do Zoomers think that like Blink 182 didn't exist or something? So when it's like repackaged in this format, they're like, wow, this is some new music. Like, is that what it is? Is that where this entire fucking, you know, vibe comes from? Like they weren't, they were basically fucking fetuses in like the early 2000s to the early 2010s. So they just think this is like really cool and new stuff that they're just repackaging. Biggest MGK fan is MGK, because if you don't love yourself, how are you going to love somebody else? Can I get an amen? He has suspenders tattooed on his chest. I am doing Paraguay news right now, yeah.
Happy 4 years, Hasan, my favorite hero. Thank you so much.
What's up with this guy? He had Tom McDonald in his squad? What is this? This is like fucking somehow scuffed Tom McDonald when scuffed Tom McDonald is Tom McDonald. What the fuck is happening right now? The worst blunt rotation ever? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like it's a worse fate. The overall is like expecting Doja Cat and then getting Machine Gun Kelly. Okay. We're doing way too much news coverage on the fucking. Sorry, Hasan, to say it doesn't matter. So ignorant. If a girl worked her whole life, dude, I love people who say sorry to be like, sorry, Hasan, but I'm about to say some transphobic ass shit, dude. People completely misunderstand my position on this.
Wow,
okay,
I think I can say
they think like with the trans athlete conversation, they think I'm saying like there's no advantages whatsoever. I'm saying there can be advantages, but who cares? Like, you should not care. This should not be an advantage that you consider to be like completely out of pocket and completely different than any number of different advantages that people have, natural advantages that people have, biological advantages that people have, material advantages that people have by, having a different development upbringing, It's crazy.
Our fav liberal Johnny Harris dropped a banger video on Afghanistan and the military-industrial complex.
So hard to get people to get this. Like, it's just sports, bro. They're just trying to live. Yeah, I don't know. Tall people should not play basketball. They have an advantage over short people. Yeah. It's so weird, dude. You're not understanding? They want it all to be natty, bro? Yeah, okay. Cancel Messi.
Yo.
How are we still on the trans topic and where you stand with it? It's like every day, bro. Every day there are new people who fucking find themselves whipped into a frenzy. So it's important to relitigate some of these conversations. Okay.
18 months.
For the record, I don't want to cancel Messi. I think it's dope. Like, he's great,
Exclusive reporting from CBS News and the Washington Post about attempts to overturn the 2020 election and keep President Trump in office. Conservative activist Jenny Thomas, she's a white...
We're going to talk about Jeannie Thomas in a little bit. Let's not start with her. There's a lot. Okay, let's start with this instead. I saw a tweet earlier that said, like, never stop following your dreams. Okay? Never stop following your dreams. I mean, JK Rowling sat in that fucking store and wrote the Harry Potter, sat in that coffee store or coffee shop and wrote Harry Potter on napkins and shit, only to be one day fucking defended by Vladimir Putin for her transphobia. And honestly, that's the energy you gotta have, okay? You too can one day become mega successful, decide to like spend most of your time and social capital shitting on literally the most vulnerable, some of the most marginalized people on the planet, okay? And then have that marginalization create a feedback loop and also obviously a backlash towards you, directed towards you, so much so that the person currently invading Ukraine says Russia is being canceled, just like JK Rowling was canceled.
They canceled John Rowling recently, the children's author. Her books are published all over the world, even just because she didn't satisfy the demands of gender rights. They're not trying to cancel our country. I'm talking about the...
Bro, this is literally like when the Taliban was talking about fucking Facebook banning them, okay? And freedom of speech. The entire world knows exactly where our brain rot lies, okay? And the entire world knows how to tailor their messaging and their rhetoric to the American conservative reactionary brain rot, okay? We have exported hogism everywhere. Obviously, reactionary attitudes are international. There's plenty of people who have them. But like specifically tailoring it around cancel culture and speaking about anything and everything from the framework of cancel culture is so like tailored specifically to the Western hogs. I don't know what else to tell you.
Progressive discrimination of everything to do with Russia. This trend that's unfolding.
It's like, homie, you lock people for 15 years in jail for speaking out about the war. You can't be having a cancel culture stance. Like, you can't be like, oh, this is censorship. This is fucking unacceptable. This censorship is unacceptable. It's like, what do you mean? What about, what? It's like as stupid as Hillary Clinton being like, you're a war criminal if you strike a hospital. How about don't do war crimes? Or Condoleezza Rice being like, yeah, anytime a country is invaded by a foreign country, I think that is a crime. I agree. Like, what is happening to the world? Does no one care about what they do all the time?
In a number of Western states with the full neglect, sometimes encouragement of Western cultures, that they're now engaging in the cancel culture. They're even...
Also, how the fuck was JK Rowling canceled? I mean, I always talk about how cancel culture isn't real, right? But like, there's no better example of the fakeness of cancel culture than like saying Dave Chappelle was canceled. He has like a $200 million Netflix contract. Saying JK Rowling is canceled. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck? What does that cancellation entail? It's nothing. It's just like people don't like your takes. That's it. That's cancellation for you. Vladimir Putin is canceled, dude? Oh, man.
Removing Tchaikovsky, Shostakovich, Rachmaninoff from posters.
So stupid.
Thank you.
Incredible. Vladimir Putin has defended JK Rowling in a speech condemning cancel culture in the West. The Russian president claimed the West was trying to cancel Russian culture, including the works of great composers as Pyotr Tchaikovsky and Dmitry Shostakovich and Sergei Rachmaninov. I need to hear from JK Rowling on this, by the way. I mean, straight up, we have to. Okay? We have to. I have to hear from motherfucking JK Rowling on this issue. And for the record, like, yeah, people who are like trying to ban Russian works of art and shit are fucking brain disease, dude. You're so stupid. Fuck yourself. She reply? What'd she say?
4 years and happy #Hasan self.
Oh my God. What'd she say? Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Oh, fuck me. Oh my God. JK Rowling hits back. Critiques of Western cancel culture are possibly not best made by those currently slaughtering civilians for the crime of resistance or who jail or poison their critics. #I stand with Ukraine. So dumb. I've never been in a situation where I wanted, like, you know, both of the parties involved to just, like, you know, go away more. Hershey workers of Virginia plant vote against unionizing. Workers of Hershey's second largest U.S. manufacturing plant voted against unionizing, even as unionization efforts have gained momentum among low-paid workers at U.S. corporations.
Happy 4 years, Hasan.
I wonder how that happened.
4 more years. Hassle.
What? When Hasan has the same take?
Thanks to my
as
wife's
what?
boyfriend for 8 months of prime.
What did I say?
"18 months hassle, love you, chat."
I have the same take as what? I clarify what you mean. I mean, I think this is... I hate JK Rowling. I hate Vladimir Putin. They both suck. They should just both go away. Is that a bad take? And also, you know, cancel culture is not real, obviously. A missile hit the main sponsor of Formula One Aramco's oil depot in Jeddah during Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second, okay? Oh, same take as Rowling? Because it's true. You know, bad people who have bad takes can, you know, use correct arguments to make themselves look good in situations like this, right? You understand that that's precisely what JK Rowling is doing here, right?
Trans rights.
Like, even if I don't like Navalny personally, it doesn't change the reality that, like, you know, you can't fucking murder him, right? Or try to murder him and imprison him permanently. That's ridiculous. Anyway, No bad people, only capable of saying bad stuff I disagree with. I have small pea brain. Yeah.
15 months, baby.
Okay, so Ukraine launches. Yeah, up until this moment, I was very much standing alongside my brothers and sisters in Ukraine. I have decided I'm pushing Z now. Now that Ukraine has launched an NFT war museum, sorry, that's it. You know, there are things that there are places I will go to. I'll even overlook, you know, the fact that
there's a local band in my town called Stink 100.
I'll overlook a lot of things, okay? There's red lines that I will not pass, though. And unlike Obama, I actually don't pass across red lines, okay? This is it. It's over, okay? It's done. I'm pushing Z now, boys. The fuck? According to the state's Service for Social Communication and Information Protection, the museum will help document Russia's war crimes in Ukraine and raise money for humanitarian aid. All the exhibited NFT tokens are available for purchase. Yeah, if you would like to purchase an NFT of a fucking bombed out children's school with like dead babies in it, please go ahead. Why would you ever want to buy a war crime NFT? What is wrong with fucking crypto bros, dude? Jesus Christ, dude. They can spank their looters. They can use Nazi fighters, but good Lord, not the NFTs. Yep, that's my red line, and they crossed it, okay? Some real Gary V levels of logic. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay. Putin complained about cancel culture, pooty poo, and in a televised video conference. There's also an explainer on the war efforts. We're going to talk about that as well, like where they're at in the war efforts on their end. Okay. Interesting stuff coming from pooty poo. All right. But before we do that, let's see what President Brandon's doing in Europe. He's on his diplomacy tour, you know? A real hustle grind set mindset is when you fucking mint the war crimes of Russia in your country for a tidy little profit to, I guess, to supply the war effort. What's the deal with the videos circulating of people being duct taped to phone poles in Ukraine? Marauders. The Ukrainian territorial defense, the rear guard, and like random citizens, who are now heavily armed, are finding people. Some of them Roma, some of them women, some of them really, really old. But they're finding people that are either stealing to survive or stealing for the sake of stealing, taking advantage of the situation. They're tying them to telephone poles. They're stripping their asses and shoving shit in their asses, trigger warning, or, spanking them and whipping them. And they're also throwing dye in their faces as well. Yeah. Aren't some of those people being accused of being collaborators? It doesn't matter. Some of them are being accused of being collaborators, but the overwhelming majority of them are not even being accused of being collaborators.
Happy
They're just,
Friday.
even then it doesn't matter. But
Hassle.
they are just marauders specifically. Yeah, the Zelyanka is what they're using, like a specific dye. That is very difficult to take off for like at least a couple weeks. What's up with all the pro-corporal punishment chatters? Dude, because people have no capacity of looking at nuance in a fucking field of war, in a battle. So a lot of people specifically look at it in terms of good versus evil. And because Ukraine is the victim in this situation of Russia's violent invasion, they have to literally defend everything that comes out of Ukraine by either saying this is fake news, or when it's proven not to be fake news, it's actually Russian propaganda, even to mention that it's happening, and to then find ways of, again, defending it. Same with the Azov Battalion being comprised of a fuckload of Nazis, or not even just the Azov Battalion, but like a lot of the National Guard has like different factions where they use ultras, right-wing paramilitaries that were football hooligans turned, Nazi football hooligans turned into the Ukrainian National Guard. They find different ways of defending that because they have to. They're like, it's all good. Everyone is good on the Ukrainian side. Everyone's bad on the Russian side.
Although I think you have some interesting takes, you are a good dude and appreciate you for getting the younger folk interested in politics.
What is this? I didn't... Oh, I mean, they've done this too, yes. Worth noting, even Hitler didn't permit his military to use chemical weapons, even though he had them.
Happy birthday,
I mean, this is
man.
an old take, but yeah, they've been saying this. They're saying Hitler is better than Putin. Like a lot of people in the West are saying that. You know who's not saying that though? My fucking king, Brandon. Okay. Let's see what Brandon has to say. He's in Poland, greatest country on the planet, most important nation. No shot are actually saying that. What the fuck? They have been. Are you not here? Have you not been here for the past couple of weeks?
Suggestions from U.S. officials that Russia may use chemical or biological weapons. Now, President Biden says if that happens, the U.S. would respond. The president spoke after he met with two NATO leaders.
Yeah, right. Okay.
NATO leaders, in Belgium yesterday. He arrived in Poland this morning on a trip to see the refugee crisis firsthand. Ed O'Keefe is traveling with the president. He's in Warsaw, Poland, with more on the story. Ed, good morning. A lot going on in your part of the world.
Well, good morning. President Biden has arrived in Poland and to one of those cities closer to the border where millions of Ukrainians have been crossing to get away from the war next door. He'll be meeting with Poland's president and getting an update on the humanitarian response, all while announcing new steps the Biden administration and allies are taking to counter the Russian invasion. President Biden's global diplomacy continued this morning in Brussels with a meeting with the head of the European Commission.
The United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values.
Afterward, the president headed to Poland to receive a briefing on the humanitarian response to the growing flow of refugees from Ukraine, and also to meet with members from the 82nd Airborne Division deployed alongside Polish troops on NATO's Eastern Front. On Thursday, the president and leaders of NATO, the G7, and EU announced new sanctions on more than 400 Russian officials, including more than 300 members of Russia's parliament. But Mr. Biden faced questions about whether they'll work.
Deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter.
He didn't say it, but senior administration officials said before Russia invaded, that's what he believed.
The president believes that sanctions are intended to deter.
The purpose of the sanctions, in the first instance, is to try to deter Russia from going to war.
In a sign that NATO is preparing for a long, more violent war, the president said the alliance would respond if Vladimir Putin launches biological or chemical attacks.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
So what else?
Listen, sanctions can both be deterrents and it's not to deter, okay? It doesn't matter. Ultimately, who cares what Biden has to say? Who cares what Brandon has to say? What are you, fucking one of those people that literally thinks that Brandon is single-handedly running the country? Yeah, who cares? Whatever.
What else is being accomplished on this trip? Well, the Biden administration has announced plans to admit up to
the fucking American media is just fake, dude. They just want to fucking act like Brandon's not doing his best, okay? I'm a Brandon head. You know this.
100,000 Ukrainian refugees in the coming year.
Marauder equals looter. You can use that term as well. Yes, I'm just, you know.
Mostly people who will be reuniting with their families already in the United States. And this morning, before he left Brussels, President Biden announced plans for the United States and other allies to help the European Union wane itself off of Russian oil and gas, with plans for the United States to provide liquefied natural gas, an example of the U.S. and other allies using economic firepower to respond to Vladimir Putin.
A lot on Twitter are saying Azov is finished after this week. I know there are a lot more right-wing militias other than them, but at least the one's less in the world after this week. Yeah, we don't know. No information out of Mariupol. No confirmed information has come out of Mariupol, unfortunately, because, like, there's no media there. Everybody left. Okay? So we don't know if they were actually able to wipe out the Azov battalion in Mariupol or not. That's just, like, what Telegram is saying, okay? And also, you don't even know what the fucking size of Azov is. And also, it's not just Azov. There's hella fucking... There are so many other... there are so many other battalions and so many other paramilitaries in the National Guard. It's just that they were headquartered in Mariupol. It's not like the whole Azov is in Mariupol. Some Azov members are defending Kyiv as well. Yeah, of course, they're all over. Vice video you have lined up proves your point, by the way. Sure, we can watch it. Let's see how Kharkiv is resisting Russia's invasion. Let's take a look. New Vice video just dropped.
This is central Kharkiv, and there are streets that have been completely destroyed like this all over the city. This is a region that has close cultural ties to Russia. It's a Russian-speaking city, yet this is what Russian bombs have done to this area. The fighting has started to intensify. Again, we can hear a lot of explosions throughout the day. Most of the civilians have now moved underground, or they've...
I tried to find out why Hasan is so disliked, but it basically came down to he's a commie douchebag. Yeah, welcome to America, where... you know, that's enough for someone to just like have a tremendous amount of disdain for you. I know that there are timestamps. Do you not see it? Bido, who sent the video, gave me the timestamp, so I put it in the search bar here so I can easily access it. Yes, there's a lot of graphic footage in here. I know.
Completely. This is a business center, and there are buildings like this that have been destroyed everywhere you go.
Вот здесь была служба безопасности, с той стороны УВД области. Вот, поэтому у меня ноги плохо держат, а если хорошо меня держали, я могу и хорошо и стрелять, и так далее, и тому подобное.
So Putin says that this is a special operation, not a war. What do you say about that?
Какой хер операция, извиняюсь за выражение, переводите дословно.
Fuck him.
Где тот хер,
he says, where is that fucking, excuse me, localized strike? One of the most beautiful European cities is being destroyed. It's showing the,
Russian forces swept towards Kharkiv in the first days of fighting, destroying the local government building.
Wait, there is no TOS here. I don't know why you guys were saying there's TOS here. What the fuck? I don't think there is.
Hasan rocking with you.
These timestamps might not be correct.
Across the region, hundreds are thought to have been killed so far. But weeks later, bodies are still being found in the rubble. And rescue workers believe that there's a body of a woman who's a grandmother that is still on the 4th floor, and they're trying to get to that today. The reality is that it's believed there are many more people dead than the official figures claim, because there are so many people who are...
Bro, what the fuck is going on with this, the dude? Jesus Christ. Okay, hold up. Oh, look at the timestamps from building being bombed, lots of dead bodies, 4:15 to 5:40. Okay. Kakuga Kera, what the fuck? Not even close to fuck Putin? Is that what they're saying? Okay. All of this is... Remember, Kharkiv is also, once again, and I said this before when they were bombing it, Kharkiv in and of itself is like a city that is not expressly anti-Putin, or wasn't, rather, expressly anti-Russia or anti-Putin. Certainly that has changed since this wonderfully brilliant strategic action by the 5D chess master Vladimir Putin himself. So, you know, if it wasn't before, it is certainly now. Okay?
Missing.
According to Vice, bro, you're crazy. You're crazy. This is what they're doing to a pro-Russia city, okay? A city known as a pro-Russia city. It's the most pro-Russia city outside of like the independent people's republics, okay?
Seven months strong. Slava.
Or whose bodies haven't been found. Every day, missiles are falling on the city. Despite this, Volodymyr Gorbakov, the head of Kharkiv's rescue service, and his team continue to risk their lives to find survivors.
Смотрите, в результате попадания авиационного снаряда или бомбы произошло частичное разрушение пятиэтажного дома. На данный момент упали перекрытия крыши пятого и четвертого этажа на третий этаж.
You believe that there's somebody who's trapped on the fourth floor? How did you find out about this person?
По информации ее сына, она находилась в момент попадания бомбы или ракеты в
He was there when the bomb or missile hit her house.
Его дома не было.
He wasn't home.
Все, окей. Пойдемте наверх. Скажите, аккуратно, везде стекла разбиты.
What is your aim here and how long is it going to take?
Все зависит от того, что не будет ли воздушной тревоги, что не будет ли вести
if there's interference,
боевых
if there's
действий.
more fighting, so we work as quickly as possible.
So far, at least half Kharkiv's population are thought to have fled the region. So many people have left this city.
Holy shit, that's crazy. That is insane. I mean, dude. It just goes to show you like how immediate that shit was. You know what I mean? Like, it happened, you know, the bombing occurred. The bombing occurred literally like as people were just like living their normal lives, you know? Okay, there's a body coming up now, so I'm going to hide it in a second.
Ever something that you considered fleeing from this war?
Нет. Это мой город.
Because this is my town.
Нам надо
We
помогать.
have
Мы
to help.
служба
We're an emergency
спасения, мы
service.
помогаем людям. Если не мы, то
No
помогать
one will help
никто не
if we
будет.
don't.
You're speaking to me in Russian, not Ukrainian. This city has a historical relationship with Russia. What is your feeling towards Russia now?
Я не хочу о них
Frankly,
думать.
I don't want to think about them. They did this to our city, our Ukraine.
Люди
Here, there's a
близкие
body coming up.
друг к другу.
People close to each other nationally and spiritually don't do this. He's right. We have nothing in common now. By the way, what he is explaining is exactly what I was saying about Kharkiv when they first started bombing it, when they first started shelling it. And this is also part of the reason why I tell you all the fucking time to like not listen to the... I mean, obviously it's like super, super fucking far you know, there's a tiny, tiny, insignificant, inconsequential fraction of the people out there that you know, try to defend Putin. It's not like a large pocket of the left or anything like that. But if you are one of those people that like seeks that information out, I urge you to understand that this is like horrifying and completely untrue. Could not be further from the truth. Oh, Jesus. They just straight showed the fucking frozen dead grandmother, dude. Yikes, Vice.
This is 73-year-old Natalia Belenko.
She's straight up
Gorbakov's
frozen.
team now has to break the news to her son.
Тимур.
Тимур.
We found your mother. We found the documents. I know I'm full screen.
Victims of Russian attacks, like Natalia Belenko, are being taken to city morgues. But they're
more dead
already
bodies.
overflowing, so bodies are being stored outside. Some are being left for days because their families have either fled or are too scared
There's
to
just
come
dead
and claim
bodies
them.
on the roads, dude. I can't show
There are
you
just rows
any of
and
this.
rows of bodies here, and there's even more in the
Plus,
basement.
you don't want to see any of this anyway. There's just like straight fucking... There are straight up dead bodies frozen on the side of the fucking roads, man. You don't want to see that. I promise. They just are showing dead bodies on the side of the fucking roads for a minute straight.
The vast majority that we're seeing are civilians. There are some soldiers as well, and we know that there are a lot.
Did they not show that? Shouldn't the reality of war be shown, or am I tripping? No, I don't. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like, you can get the point across by just saying there are fucking dead bodies everywhere. You don't have to literally see fucking frozen toes and shit sticking out of a goddamn bag, dude. It's literally war porn.
Lot more inside. Even in their death, they can't escape this war because we can constantly hear the sound of incoming and outgoing fire as well.
The strikes kept getting louder and closer.
They're still, literally still showing dead bodies. Like, up until this moment. Just only dead bodies. Okay, I think it's good now, from here on out.
We've just had to run inside because of a huge explosion outside. We don't know what it is.
Two members of Ukraine's territorial defense force were killed in the attack. Rescue crews removed still burning rubble to try and find victims.
Rigging shackles.
Ukrainian military commanders say they can hold off ground troops.
People whose only exposure to war is movies and video games get value from seeing the gore, fear, suffering, and horror of war IRL. Not everyone is in touch as you are. I don't know, man. I've seen too much of this shit. I don't think it's good to see it. I think it's disrespectful to the victims too. I think people literally fucking like, why would you disrespect someone so horribly? They're literally dead. They're dead, and you're showing their dead body be carried. Would you want your mother in that situation? You know what I mean? Would you want your mother, God forbid, some shit like this happens to her? Would you want the entire planet to be able to see her in her last moment, in her weakest moment, just fucking frozen, being carried out with all of her clothes and everything, like, or even if she doesn't have clothes? It's like, these are human beings, man. These aren't fucking props. You know what I mean? Brother, there's a reason why Americans don't show caskets. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a fucking reason why in the United States of America, we stopped showing caskets of fucking soldiers. Okay?
14 months. Cheers to many more months.
We don't even show the caskets of dead soldiers coming home. It's disrespectful. Part of the reason is because they don't want you to understand the human toll of it, certainly. So I do see that side of the argument when you're mentioning, like, showing dead bodies. Okay? But also because it's literally, you don't see that. You don't see when you fully consider in American media, when you fully consider human beings as like whole human beings and not just props, you never show them in their worst moments. You don't see Americans in this position usually. You don't really see. You don't really see this shit.
I'd like to share that Ukraine is going to be releasing an NFT collection.
But the region is being pummeled by Russian artillery and air power.
But right now, Russia is trying to encircle the city, it's trying to surround the city. How far are they getting?
Kharkiv по-прежнему находится не в окружении.
Kharkiv is not surrounded. So we're fighing. And actually doing okay on the front line.
Ситуация на фронте вполне нормальная. Русские уничтожают город.
The Russians destroy the city because they cannot do anything else. They cannot occupy it on the ground.
Взять суши, поэтому на земле, поэтому они бьют по городу целенаправленно, уничтожают этот город. Какая итоговая цель, я не представляю.
What is the biggest threat that you're facing right now?
Это самая большая проблема — это ракетные удары.
Our biggest problem is rocket strikes. This is why we're asking our Western partners to close the sky.
Партнеров на Западе закрыть небо Украины, потому что все, что происходит на земле, мы успешно справляемся с русскими войсками. И с нами правда, поэтому.
The truth is on our side. Everything will be fine. There's more wounded people here that they're going to show in a second. Okay, that's not that bad. It's just the guy with his leg fucked up.
This hospital is one of the closest to the front line. We're only 30 kilometers away from Russia. A lot of the injured civilians and soldiers are brought here, and as well as frontline medics having to deal with that, we can also hear constant shelling in the background.
In fact, this hospital in Kharkiv is so close to the fighting, medics here can see rocket fire if they look out the window. With Russia attacking hospitals in other cities, patients here are being kept in corridors because they offer more protection. This woman was in an attack that killed her sister and son. She says she had to carry his remains down 8 flights of stairs.
Can you explain to me what happened to you?
Christ. My 21-year-old son hugged me in the morning and said, "Mom, don't be afraid, it will be okay." My sister, a beautiful 37-year-old. My son, my boy. He was just torn into pieces in front of my eyes. I just carried him like this, covered in blood. Please do something, it can't be like this.
Can you talk me through how you lost your leg?
I went to the shop while it was quiet, so I stood in line. Like so notice how I don't have a problem with them showing this amputation, because there's consent. You get to see the human toll very easily with what that lady just described. You get to see the human toll very easily with this old lady. Leg has been amputated. You don't need to see every fucking body in a body bag to be able to understand it, okay? Like, that's the difference. This is what the tank is on the online left support, by the way. Shut the fuck up, dude. There's like 8 people that support this, and you are brain broken. You are brain broken into thinking that they are broadly representative of anything else, okay? Like, yeah, those people are fucking idiots. And unironically, the reason why I don't even talk about it, the reason why I don't even talk about those people is because all they're looking for is literally clout. So stop giving them the fucking dumbass clout, okay? Stop. You're just straight up giving into their interests, because they don't give a fuck about Russia, or they don't give a fuck about Ukraine. They just care about clout. They want to maintain prominence, okay? And get attention. They switch over their points of view like the seasons, okay? There's new arcs for their POV every fucking goddamn week. If you have any sort of moral integrity, then you know where people stand on issues, okay? But ultimately, there's like 3 of them. So why the fuck do you constantly find yourself worried about that? Why are you so desperate to be like, I'm different. I'm a good leftist. I'm different than those guys. Shut the fuck up. No one cares about those people, okay? Stop.
Стояли, люди стали в очереди, Ни с того ни с чего самолет пролетел, начал бомбить. И вот отвезли, скоро потеряла сознание уже. Больше ничего не помню. Я только за мир.
I want peace everywhere.
Чтоб не было обстрела, люди
I
мирные
want
не
peaceful people to
погибали.
die in the shelling. I don't want peaceful people to die in the
Харьков
shelling. Kharkiv
отличный
used to be a
город
great
был.
city.
Просто не
I can't
описать.
even describe
Красивый
it. So
какой.
beautiful.
Свобода была, что хотели, делали.
We were free
And
and
you
did what
believe
we
you'll have freedom
wanted.
again?
Верю. Верю.
Yes, I
вот
believe I'll
верю.
have freedom again.
Наши победят. У нас ребята
I'm
молодцы,
confident
они
we'll win. Our
отстаивают.
boys will stand their ground. There's a kid going into surgery. If anything changed from yesterday, it's because I don't like how it's looking.
Dima Kasyanov was injured in a Russian rocket strike which damaged his brain. Heat from the explosion has also hurt his lungs and stomach. He's currently being kept in a coma. Dr. Alexandra Dukovsky keeps the boy's mother informed of the results of a brain scan.
Мы не можем уже ждать.
We can't wait any longer. That's why we're going
Dukovsky
to
is
go into the skull
Kharkiv's
now.
chief pediatric surgeon. He's been living at the hospital since the bombardments began.
Під час ракетного нападу ракета потрапила
A
до
rocket
його
struck
квартири,
his
до
flat during the
помешкання.
attack.
Він
He was in
потрапив
the
в
center of the
епіцентр
explosion.
вибуху. У нього є уламок,
Okay, that's enough, dude. Jesus
який
Christ.
знаходиться на
In the base of
основі
his skull.
черепу.
That's in his
Shrapnel.
shrapnel in his
They show the shrapnel in the base of his fucking skull. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that you can see. That you should see.
Коли цей
When this rocket fragment got through the
уламок
soft
ракети,
tissue,
він пройшов через м'які ткани, він потрапив до
it
сонної
got to the
артерії
carotid
і
artery and
пошкодив.
damaged it.
Тому ми не
That's why
змогли
we couldn't
зразу
operate
зробити йому
on him
хірургічне
immediately.
втручання.
That's why we
Це дуже
couldn't, because it would
опасно для
endanger his
життя.
life.
То нам потрібно
We will have
буде
to conduct
робити
a
йому
decompressive
декомпресивну
cranial
трепанацію
drilling.
черепа, щоб зменшити
We need to
тиск
reduce the pressure on the
на
healthy parts of
здоровий
his
мозок.
brain.
Are you afraid?
Дуже боляче в серці,
It breaks my heart
As a mum, I am crushed seeing the hurt for all these kids and
that
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. Рідний Харків потерпає від цієї навали. Ну, ми переможемо. Слава Україні!
but we'll win. Glory to Ukraine.
Despite Dukovsky's best efforts, Dima died a few days later. He was 8 years old.
That's why. This
Weeks
is
after
why
she was
we're
killed,
anti-war.
Natalia Belenko's family are finally able to hold a funeral.
This war has been so unpredictable and no one knows how it's going to end, but the one thing we do know is that it's the poorest and the most vulnerable who will suffer the most, and there'll be many, many more victims.
Героям слава! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам!
Timur Belenko, Natalia's son, lived just across the road from her.
How would you like your mother to be remembered?
Как веселого человека, который всегда всем помогает. Ну и помогает.
He always helped others. People always called her,
Всем, все всегда звонили ей, спрашивали.
asking for advice.
Сестры,
Sisters, brothers.
братья. Звонит мама.
Getting
Через
used to
каждый
it.
день, утром и вечером
I
я
used
с
to
ней
talk to her
общался.
every morning and evening.
Если бы я увидел ее сразу, я как бы
If I'd
вытащил.
seen her right
А
away,
так,
but I didn't. And she
10
laid there
дней,
for how long? 10
10
days? For
дней
10 days.
лежала там.
Can you explain to the world why people in Kharkiv are staying in their homes?
Они думают, что к ним не прилетит.
They think they won't
И
get hit.
есть
Some children
дети,
leave them,
которые
they say.
бросают их. Я
You
говорю,
young people
езжайте,
should go,
молодежь,
and
все
everyone
уезжают.
leaves.
Но вообще все пенсионеры
But all the
сидят дома,
retirees sit at home.
ждут какой-то
They expect
помощи,
some
может,
help and think the war
вот-вот
might be ending.
закончится война. Ну и мама тоже.
My mom did too.
Не боялась, так прилетела. В двух словах.
Wasn't afraid and she got
How do you
hit.
feel towards Russia right now?
Усіх там ввожу там санкциями разными. Пусть они тоже похлебают то, что мы хлебаем. То, что они бросают своих
Let them
людей,
feel what we
своих
feel. The
детей
fact that they
здесь
abandon their
умирают.
people and their children to die here is their problem.
И матери даже не знают,
Their
что
mothers don't even know they
они
went
поехали
to
воевать на учение.
fight in a war.
Residents of Kharkiv who've been left here have moved into metro stations, which are also bomb shelters. Parents, fearing for their children's safety, have taken them underground. Alona Artmenko is living inside a train after her home was hit.
Is this everything that you brought from your house?
By the way, when that happens to you, when that happens to your family, of course you're gonna fucking join whoever the fuck you can find that's gonna give you a gun. Okay, I hope you understand that. And the reason why I think that's important to recognize is because this kind of coverage almost never, I'm sorry to admit this, but almost never ever is extended to the people in Afghanistan, to the people in Yemen, to the people in Syria, to the people in Iraq. So understand that this is not an issue when we talk about like terror in the modern world, like Muslim terror. Understand that those people they have nothing. They have even less than the Ukrainian people have in this situation, because at least the Ukrainian people have allyship with the rest of the modern world, with the rest of the Western world. Those people have nowhere to fucking go. Okay? Perhaps this will be an opportunity for you to better recognize and have a more serious anti-war, anti-imperialist perspective when you watch this, okay? You'll get a better sense of what Palestinians go through when you see this. Because they're still people, you know? Where is Ukraine allies? Where? The entirety of the planet is aligned with Ukraine. The entirety of the Western world is aligned with Ukraine. Fuck do you mean? I mean, they're using Western weapons against Russia. They're able to evacuate into Western countries that are protected. What the fuck are you talking about? I remember a Taliban commander saying that I don't need propaganda. When an American drone hits a village of 30 people, come to me willingly because they lost their relatives. America does the propaganda for me. Yep. Yeah, that's why the Taliban, despite being fucking ripped to shreds by the American military for 20 years, kept picking up numbers. They kept increasing in size, even though they had fuckload of casualties. How do you think that happened? You know? That's why, from the jump, my first fucking fear immediately was the moment that Russia invades Ukraine, it's over. First day of the invasion, I tweeted something like, you know, it's over. It's gonna be so much death and destruction. Obviously, first and foremost, in the hands of Russians. All that blood is on their hands. Okay, on the Russian forces, on Vladimir Putin specifically. But the secondary consequence of that is also going to be people seeing the most reactionary nationalist forces as emancipatory forces, like forces of liberation. An endless cycle of violence that seemingly has no immediate or no long-term solution even. Every day that goes by where there is no negotiations, there's no secession of fighting, every day that happens, it's going to get worse. That's another 2 years. There's another year on lapse of violence that will overtake Ukraine in the aftermath.
Crimea River, am I right?
And the fucking dumbasses that compare this to Crimea are so disgusting, like that donator. Because this did not happen in Crimea, you fucking idiot. Kharkiv is a pretty fucking favorable to Russia city. Okay? It's a pretty pro-Russia city. I just showed you 15 minutes of fucking people, Russian speakers in Kharkiv, disgusted with the violence that they're experiencing. And if your first opinion is like, was. If you think that this is in any way comparable to Crimea, you're doing a disservice to the people in Kharkiv, okay? But you can't recognize it. Shut the fuck up.
Да, вот столик, посуда, 2 стульчика там у нас.
Is that your cat?
Да.
Can you take me back to that night when the war started?
В 5 утра мы встали, мы вскочили от взрывов. Мы сразу...
What? You were saying it's over? You're not saying it's over. You were saying it's not happening ever. Don't act like you predicted the future. Dude, the type of brain cancer that these fucking idiots have is literally stopping them from understanding anything I'll ever say, I think. My friend, first and foremost, even if I literally was like, even if your assessment is true, which it isn't, because you completely failed to understand that the reason I said Russia would never fucking invade Ukraine is quite literally this, what's happening right now. That it would be the dumbest strategic thing for Russia to do. It would be incredibly violent. The occupation would be bloody and brutal, and they would get their shit pushed in, okay? Because 44 million people with a history of sovereignty and wanting sovereignty, regardless of however many, regardless of however many fucking people you think are going to be pro-Russia in that country, are 100% going to turn on you. And there's going to be a counterinsurgency. I've been saying this since the jump. Even that fucking famous Twitch, a famous Twitter message, the famous tweet that people love pointing at, where I said, I'll die on this hill. Okay? That literally features every single prediction that is correct and as to why my conclusion was that Russia would not invade Ukraine. My conclusion was wrong, but every premise as to why I arrived at that conclusion has played out in front of our fucking eyes. And it doesn't even matter. Even if I was completely in the wrong, 2 months later, that's all you care about? Whether I was right or wrong? What's wrong with you? It doesn't matter whether I was right or wrong.
Russia this, Russia that. Why don't we talk about the Russia dopamine I gave your mom last night?
Fuck, man. People are going to keep baiting on him every single day with this, aren't they? Yeah, this is the last, today, hopefully this will be the last time we talk about it.
Heck yeah.
Okay? You literally always talk about whether you were right or wrong, and that's what triggers you the most, lol. Yes, because people try to undermine the analysis that I'm offering here. I wonder why that fucking upsets me.
Another one.
Yeah, I should just let people lie and say that my positions were completely fucking idiotic instead, even if they're correct. How is this any different than, how is this literally any different? You're doing the thing. How is this any different than just take this L? Just take the L, bro. Come on. People saying take the L over and over again. It's completely unrelated to the conversation that we're having right now. You are selfish. I need everyone to understand. The reason why I'm banning these subs is because they are literally selfish. Not only was my assessment correct, my prediction was incorrect because of the assessment, but the assessment was absolutely correct. And we're watching it unfold. I've also apologized for it. And if they're still fucking trying to whip me in the head over it, that's because they are selfish. They want to center themselves around this conversation. And the reason why I'm banning them is not because, oh, I'm getting pushback or, you know, constructive criticism. The reason why I'm banning them is because if I didn't ban them, we would have this conversation over and over again. This part is for you. Going forward, let's continue, okay? I would much rather spend time telling you that the top of the hour was upon us 30 minutes ago and that I forgot to run the ad and run the ad now and tell you that you can avoid the ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. Bro, I'm from Kyiv and you did nothing wrong. I mean, dude, that's the other thing. Like, fucking Zelensky and people in Ukraine is what I was operating my assessment off of too. There were plenty of fucking Ukrainians. The majority of Ukrainians didn't think that this was going to happen. And it's so fucking incredible that, like, you can watch 15 minutes of people being brutalized by this violent occupational force, and your immediate goal is, how do I get this streamer to be angry at my fucking chatter, at my chat? Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break now. How do I get this war to be about myself? Let's do that.
Поняли, что это война, и мы собрали то, что могли, и спустились в метро. На третий день это случилось. К нам прилетела бомба. Это все, дома больше нет.
We have no home now, so we're living here now.
Вот и живем. Дочка наша была в квартире, она пошла там кое-какие вещи собрать. Ее первой волной накрыло, и немножко ранила. Ну, слава богу, она выжила.
Thank God she's alive.
After days in the shelter, Eleanor Athmenko went to see what was left of her apartment.
Это мой дом, окна с той стороны. Не очень было. Это мой двор был.
Oh my God, the destruction in front of us is just unbelievable.
Это было здесь комната детей. Все, нет ни
There aren't any
дверей, ни
doors or
окон
windows
здесь нет.
anymore.
Здесь тоже все
Everything is broken
потрогано.
here too.
И
What goes through your mind when you see what's happened to your home?
я не знаю, как это объяснить.
I don't know how to explain
Мне
it.
очень
I
больно каждый раз,
I
когда
feel pain
возвращаюсь.
each time I return here.
Понимаете, я здесь
I grew up
выросла,
here,
здесь
my kids
выросли
grew up
мои
here
дети,
also.
и даже злости нет.
I don't even have anger,
Больно
just
ему.
pain, just void.
Пустота какая-то.
Do you think you'll ever be able to return here to your home and live here?
Нам бы очень хотелось, но,
We'd like to, but perhaps this house can't be
наверное, этот
repaired.
дом уже не восстановят. Вы знаете, я сейчас сама не понимаю, как мы даже...
Interview people chosen by Vice, man. I'm not saying they love Russia or whatever, but we can't sit here and say Russia equals propaganda, but this is totally objective. No, of course this is not objective. This is Vice. Of course they're doing propaganda at the behest of Western interests. Everything they cut out is propaganda at the behest of Western interests. But it doesn't fucking matter because it doesn't take away from the reality, dude. What do you mean? Like, I mean, this is real. This is very fucking real for these people, okay? And this assessment is not unique to just me. There are even fucking Russian analysts who see this and recognize this, okay? There are people that you probably also rely on, like Mark Ames and whatnot, that also recognize this and talk about it regularly. Like, it's crazy to just, say, oh, this is propaganda. What difference does it make? Yes, it's propaganda, but it's also fucking real. This is real. It's like, don't turn into one of those liberals who says, oh, Azov Nazis. Well, it's real, but it's Russian propaganda to talk about it. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You know, why are you turning into the exact same thing that you rightfully criticize liberals for doing? You know what I mean? Of course there's propaganda here. Of course, they're doing war propaganda.
What?
Если закончится война, выйдем, куда нам идти, что нам делать? Наверное, мы сейчас просто хотим, чтобы это все закончилось. Вот. Ну, а дальше уже будет видно.
Okay, so that was some of it. That was some of what was going on. We're not going to do Clarence Thomas yet.
The latest.
So, how is it propaganda? Guys, understand this. Not all propaganda is bad, okay? Like, you can have... I do propaganda. I do agitated propaganda, for example, okay? When I say this is propaganda... I mean, like, this is clearly on the Ukrainian side and also on the Western side, more importantly than the Ukrainian side. If Ukrainians were not of interest to the West, they would not get this kind of coverage. Let's be real. Okay?
From the war
Anyway, let's hear what's going on in Mariupol.
The city of Mariupol under siege with the battle raging in the streets now and Ukrainian forces fighting back. Our foreign correspondent James Longman is in Lviv with the very latest on the ground there. James, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Whit. Russia is tightening its grip now on Mariupol, now giving out humanitarian aid to the very people they have made homeless, part of a clear aim now to permanently occupy the city. This, as we are now seeing for the first time, the aftermath of that attack on Mariupol's theater.
Yes, this man is everywhere. He's the cloned war reporter. He is everywhere and anywhere, okay?
Where hundreds were thought buried under the rubble. It was the attack that shocked the world, and new images circulating online this morning now show the immediate aftermath of the bombardment on Mariupol's theatre. This is what it had looked like, reduced to this. The elderly covered in debris, people unsure where to turn for safety. Now Russia's dark ambition for the city clear, permanent occupation, but Ukrainian fighters aren't giving up. Russian state television showing these images of Russian troops fighting in the streets. This video circulating on social media, a driver weaving through a residential street, blown up cars littering the neighborhood. As Russia gives out aid to the very people it's made homeless, a top Russian official has said they're here to stay. Civilians across the country targeted. This video shows pyrotechnic units from Chernihiv removing unexploded objects from people's homes. This coming after the Ukrainian Navy said they destroyed this massive Russian cargo ship in the port city of Berdansk, just miles west of Mariupol. A month of fighting and the fierce Ukrainian resistance battles on, pushing Russian forces back now more than 40 miles away from Kyiv. To the east, Russian forces have been unable to use ground forces to take Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. They've resorted to aerial bombardments with no signs of letting up. Homes seen here leveled, their residents trying to extinguish the flames with buckets of water. 76-year-old Victor describing the moment of the strike, saying, and then all of a sudden the ceiling started to fall on me. This video shows the aftermath of a Russian strike outside of a shopping center where humanitarian aid and food was being distributed. You can see a missile still lodged in the ground after the attack. The city's mayor saying it killed 6 people and 17 were injured. With fears bombs could fall at any time, many of the city's residents have been forced underground into the metro system, some of them there for nearly a month. Ukraine is pushing back on the ground, but they cannot defend from Russian aerial bombardment. So while the invasion may have stalled, Russia has not stopped raining down bombs on civilians across this country. Whit.
And we see the devastation in those images. James Longman.
Info on Russian army losing more soldiers daily than the Soviet army in World War II. I'm Russian and I'm new to the chat. No ban, please. No, I have not seen that. Inside Ukraine's race to prevent Russia from controlling the skies. We already covered JK Rowling. Now, there's conflicting reports emerging on whether Russia is still in full control of Kherson. Russian forces no longer, according to Washington, Russian forces no longer have full control of Kherson, the first major Ukrainian city that Vladimir Putin's forces managed to capture as a part of the invasion That's what a senior Pentagon official said today. Ukrainian forces are now fighting fiercely in Kherson, pushing back Russian gains there, again, making the strategically important port city a contested territory, the official told reporters during a briefing. That contradicts the statement released on Friday by Major General Sergei Rutskoy, the chief of the main operational directorate of the Russian military general staff, who claimed Kherson region was under full control. So not only that, but also, there's this piece of information as well. A Russian brigade commander has been killed deliberately by his own troops after his unit suffered many losses in Ukraine, a Western official said. Colonel Medvedchuk, commander of 37 Motor Rifle Brigade, was run over by his soldiers, the official said. The Western, I don't know if this is real or not, but the Western official said the brigade commander of one of the units was killed by his own troops was killed by his own troops, we believe, as a consequence of the scale of loss that had been taken by his brigade. The Western official continued, that just gives an insight into perhaps some of the morale challenges then that Russian forces are having. The Western official pronounced the name of the killed commander as Colonel Medvedchuk, but didn't give spelling. The Western official added, we believe he was killed by his own troops deliberately. Indeed, we believe he was run over by his own troops, and I believe he was the commander of the 37th Motor Rifle Brigade. The Western official referring to Colonel Yuri Medvedev, official mispronounced his name. The other media reports says that Russian commander was run over, injuring both legs, but he survived. Oh. He's alive. He's just been hospitalized. Yeah, he's alive in this. This is why it's important to see Russian propaganda too, by the way. And that's, you literally just walked through, you just watched exactly why you can't shut off communication from the Eastern Front either. So you can make confirmations, dude. We just watched literally news going from, information going from, this dude definitely died because they fucking ran over him on purpose to, he didn't actually die. They ran, he fucking got his legs fucked up or blown up or some shit. Might have died since then, but, and I have no fucking idea. The commander of the 37th Separate Guards Motor Rifle Brigade, Colonel Yuri Medvedev, was run over by a tank in his own unit after casualties in Ukraine. In 2021, one of his tank commanders won the Russian National Tank Teams competition. Okay, so he didn't die.
Happy 16 months.
Would have died, they would have just Pat Tillman'd his ass if he died, let's be honest. So the thing is, like, I mean, Snake Island was a good example of that kind of propaganda as well, but in retaliation to the death of 50% out of the 1,500 servicemen in the 37th Russian Infantry Brigade at Makarov near Kyiv, a Russian tankist with his tank ran over his brigade commander, Colonel Yuri Medvedev. He survived, but his legs were broken. Source, Ukrainian journal R. Symboliuk. Mutinous Russian troops ran over their own commander, says Western official. By the way, even Guardian writing about this, remember, Snake Island, it doesn't mean that it's 100% true.
Hassle.
So, you know, because everybody wrote about Snake Island. Everybody wrote about the Russian APC that, like, ran over a civilian's car. It wasn't a Russian APC, it was a Ukrainian one. And it was because the APC had gotten out of control. CNN wrote about it, and then I don't even think they offered clarification on that. So, you know, a lot of this shit will very quickly have you thinking entirely different about the situation on the ground. If you want to believe one side. doesn't mean you should believe exactly the opposite of what the Western media is saying. There are reliable sources of information. I would believe the American intelligence assessment on Russian casualties, for example. I would believe the American intelligence assessment of Russian casualties over the Ukrainian assessment of Russian casualties. And certainly over the Russian assessment of Russian casualties as well. The truth is going to always be somewhere in between those three numbers. You're going to hear a grossly and widely diminished number from the Russian side that'll say like 400, 500, 1,000, whatever. They really haven't delivered too much information on that front so far. And you're going to hear a major exaggeration of the casualties on the Ukrainian side. Like they'll go so far as to say 50,000. You know what I mean? 50,000, 40,000, whatever the fuck. God, I can't wait to tune into HasanAbi. It's like watching a caveman take on a pile of rocks. You are so fucking brilliant, dude. Hearing you talk makes me feel bad for all the Stone Age period of time. Those cavemen never had you. You fucking got me, dude. Motherfucker's got one joke. Did you watch the Atlanta season 3 premiere? They talk about Crackergate. Show was made for you. I haven't been able to watch it. Dude, I'm Ukrainian and even I don't believe everything my government says. Well, you're not living in America, or maybe you are. I don't know, but might be now. But let me tell you something, okay? There's people out here that definitely love seeing war from a straight fucking team sport perspective. So those people are very, very excited to believe anything and everything they hear.
You know, but the Ukrainian people have a lot of backbone. They have a lot of guts, and I'm sure you're observing it. And I don't mean just the military, which is we've been trained in since back when Russia moved into in the south.
Yeah, dog, you were training them before then too. You know, not a big deal, but yeah.
East Ukraine, but also the average citizen. Look at how they're stepping up. Look at how they're stepping up. And you're going to see when you're there, and some of you have been there, you're going to see women, young people standing in the middle of front of a damn tank.
Odd coalition forming of leftists in the defense industry trying to make the Russian army seem capable. Left fears Russian military sucking just proves American military hegemony. Why the defense industry wants Russia to seem strong. Keep getting new toys. I don't think that the Russian military is like as powerful. I've talked routinely about Russia's most of Russia's power coming from their minor fucking corner they have on the energy sector. For years and years, I was an anti-Russiagator who made fun of this idea that Russia was able to single-handedly disrupt the American elections when their economy is the size of like an American state, right? So I do understand it. However, when comparing Russia to Ukraine, of course the Russian military is OP in comparison to the Ukrainian military, even when the Ukrainian military is polished heavily by NATO weapons and training and CIA training and all that shit, and also targeting systems and assistance. Okay? Ultimately, the singular reason why the Russian military is OP is because they still have their warheads. And that's why you can't just you can't just roll them over. That's why American troops can't just like go into Ukraine right now and start murdering everybody there, okay? Indiscriminately.
Just saying, I'm not leaving.
Sounds like a really good thing that they received so much help from other nations. Yeah, if you believe that like it was an inevitability that Russia was going to attack and try to take over Ukraine, then you of course believe, yeah, this is a good thing that it happened. If you believe that there was a more manageable solution where the Western world would not involve itself in Ukrainian affairs, okay, then that would have stopped Russia from creating border disputes and actively engaging hands-on with what's going on in Ukraine. If there was like a manageable solution, like making sure that the Minsk agreement, for example, was also was also favorable to the United States of America and the UK, perhaps this all could have been avoided. That's my position on it. Obviously, I don't have, I don't know what Vladimir Putin is thinking inside of his own fucking brain, so I will never know. Okay? Look what you made me do. Brother, this is a country with its own interests. Like, this isn't, this isn't fucking Libya. Like, you can't just like bully a regional power with nuclear warheads like the way that your Americans are used to just fucking ripping dicks off in Afghanistan. Even then, having our shit pushed in there too. But you have to understand that this is a country with millions of people living in it, with an administration, a form of governance, and territorial interests. Okay? Like, I know you're so used to fucking, blood and soil conquest with favorable coverage in America, but it's not happening.
I'm holding my.
So anyway, the armament or arming the citizens or arming or having a heavy flow, a steady flow of guns into Ukraine is only going to be good for this brief window of time. It wasn't good before this brief window of time, and it will not be good after this window of time is passed. It's only good when Russia is invading. That's it.
Hasan, love your content.
And I wanted to avoid all of this. I was always an advocate and in favor of avoiding all of this.
Saying I'm not leaving. I'm holding my ground. They're incredible. So.
Wait, lords have never cleaned their ears. They can't hear you. No, they just don't want to hear because they want to keep the debate alive.
Hasan dearest, I generally try to look at multiple sources for my news, to get a neutral view. But when I watch your stream, whatever you say is absolute truth to me. How can I cover your blind spots by myself and not take in your biases? P.S. Your hair looks awesome today. Also, do you...
Wow, my most neutral fan, dude. That's cool. I do agree that the West helped push Russia to invade, but your position diminishes the value that Ukraine has for Russia. What? The value that Ukraine has for Russia? The value that Ukraine has for Russia is a buffer state and also a non-competitive state that can also become a gas and oil producer. I don't know what its industrial capacity would look like, no matter how much Western involvement is there. Okay? No matter how quickly they would be able to become a competitor. But I'm sure that there is a material reason as to why they don't want Western oil and gas giants relying on Ukrainian oil and gas rather than Russian ones, because it threatens their geopolitical assertive goals in Europe. They can fucking manipulate Europe right now by offering them energy. Why does it care about Ukraine border versus the Baltic? Because now they can. There was a time when they couldn't. Even if they did care, they couldn't stop it. And now they can. And they have for a very long time. They've mentioned since the dissolution of the USSR, they have talked about the importance of Crimea, precisely why Sevastopol was an incredibly important military asset to Russia and its way into the Black Sea. Okay, and more importantly, they've talked about Crimea and also certain eastern territories as a matter of political importance to Russia since the fucking jump. That doesn't mean it's appropriate. That doesn't mean that they can invade. None of that is obviously. I'm not advocating for any of that shit. But if you think that this is new, if this is a new position, you're wrong. Not. It's one that is evidently clear now, and it was clear for fucking the past, the past 20 years. And Americans understand it too. So any American that tells you like, oh, we're just doing this for the safety and security of Ukrainians is fucking lying to you. That's one. And any American that tries to tell you like, oh, who could have predicted this? Like whatever, Russia was going to invade Ukraine if we fucking did this. Like, well, they're lying to you as well. Russia has said Ukraine is their red line for a very long time. And the counter, albeit unimaginable, would be something that the American government would never actually allow either. I mean, the Cuban Missile Crisis to be a recent example, okay, like a realistic example of this between the USSR and the United States. But like, can you imagine a situation in which, like, for China, okay, in its interest in becoming the global hegemonic power, decided to put together a coalition, like I said, the Fuck America coalition, and put Mexico and Canada in the FAC. And then part of the FAC was, if America ever invades, we're just going to fucking, launch nukes. If America ever invades, we're just going to invade America back. We're going to go into all-out war. That would be crazy if you strangled America. And America would never allow that to happen and immediately put in some kind of territorial dispute with Mexico and Canada immediately by invading both of those countries. For the record, I would be against those invasions as well, just like I am against the invasion of Ukraine, because I have a consistent position on this, because I am not guided by emotions. I know that is not something that people would, consider ever, but lies. You've said we should invade Canada and take their healthcare amount. Okay, that's a joke though. We're doing serious analysis. Here's Brandon eating pizza, some za.
Hey folks, I just came by to say thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
That one has jalapenos, this one has cheese.
Bro, that shit looks cardboard, man. By the way, I'm not even anti-fucking pepperoni and jalapeno pizza. I love jalapeno pepperoni, okay? I'm a fan. I think that's a good choice. It's got black olives on it too, which I don't have a problem with either. But that shit looks stiff, dude. That shit looks brick, okay? Brandon be like, Little Caesar's pizza tastes a lot better when you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you how much it sucks. Oh, Jesus. Polish pizza tastes a lot better when you don't got Jill Brandon in your ear telling you how much it sucks. How it's nasty.
In Donbass by NATO-backed Nazis, nobody bats an eye. Russia retaliated and everyone loses their mind.
He's a war criminal. There was another white phosphorus attack on Donetsk today. Okay, dude.
Americans think you can invade
Okay,
Canada.
brother.
If you bring your tanks, they will
Americans
freeze
think
in
you
the
can
cold
invade
winter.
Canada. If you bring your tanks,
Like
they will
what
freeze in the
happened
cold winter,
Russia
like
to
what
the
happened to
Germans.
Russia and the Germans.
Got
Got them. Listen. For 8 years, the brutality that people in the Donbass region were subjected to is unacceptable. Straight up. I have talked time and time again about Ukraine's moral culpability in not this invasion currently, but its moral culpability in the events leading up to the invasion, okay? Of course, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked regardless. But this idea that, like, this idea that they were completely innocent and, that's why this shit was popping off in Donbass is bullshit. I mean, they didn't want to fucking go abide by the Minsk agreement. They didn't want to go abide by the conditions.
Substitute.
still doesn't change the current reality. What? Saying the quiet part out loud? In the long run, wars make us safer and richer. Oh, this is an old ass. I remember this. 2014.
8 months for Hasan's 4th year. Keep it up, brother.
Ian
Hasan.
Morris, a professor of classics at Stanford University, is the author of War. What is it good for? Conflict and the progress of civilization from primates to robots. Dude, I love the idea that Republicans have. Okay, that like colleges are full of like, you know, homosexual professors teaching gender Marxism, right? And it's like, but meanwhile, colleges are full of this, okay? Like literally, it just go to an econ department and then you know, experience the full-throated support for some of the most bloodthirsty aspects of capitalism, or any number of different fucking departments where professors say shit like this on a regular basis, and they also get funding from the very same think tanks that are also guiding the Republican punditry into brainwashing the very same hogs that are repeating shit like colleges are making your children gay. Anyway. Exclusive. I previously got this document from Russia's Ministry of Health. I've now got 2 more documents. One indicates doctors are still being called up. The other asks medics to voluntarily sacrifice a salary for a humanitarian mission in Ukraine. Anyway, all right, let's see Brandon. Dude, that's Dorner. Watch out. Look alive, Mac. Look alive, Mac. Dorner's right next to you. I'm kidding.
Sick. Yo.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Real good, sir. How are you?
Bro, he's still chewing, dog. Yo, he is still chewing, dude. He has not stopped chewing. My man has not stopped chewing. Uh-oh. He's going to spit that shit out. A free press matters. Voice of America. Oh man, I love a free press from Voice of America, dude. I mean, yeah, to be fair, he is eating cardboard, so poor guy. Okay, inside Ukraine's race to prevent Russia from controlling the skies. Let's watch some Ghost of Kyiv shit.
Counted out early in the war, but still going strong. Against all the odds, Russia has not managed to ground Ukraine's air force. We spoke to fighter pilot Andriy, who was in an undisclosed location and hiding his identity for safety reasons.
At first, Russian pilots dominated in quantity of fighters and newer equipment. Now they're starting to refuse to fly because we're shooting them down. We try to work with tactics.
Andriy says he flies an Su-27 air superiority fighter. This is video provided by the Ukrainian military of the same model, an older plane, but one that's still effective.
I shot down Russian planes. Unfortunately, I cannot say which and how many and how exactly I shot them down. Air-to-air missiles, ground-to-air missiles were repeatedly fired at me. There was a flight when we flew 3 against 24. It means our 3 fighters repelled the attack.
Bro, my homie on the CNN side is so bricked up. He's like, oh, fuck. Oh, you fucking tell me more. Oh, you dirty boy.
Of their 24 aircraft.
It's impossible for us to verify those claims, but during our interview, we heard what seemed to be a Ukrainian jet taking off. Andriy says the U.S. helped teach him and his fellow airmen how to beat the Russians.
We have our tactics. We conducted the clear sky exercise with our American friends. We now are using some of the tactics we learned from the Americans.
The U.S. and its allies initially believed Russia would own the skies over Ukraine just days after their invasion. But the spokesman for Ukraine's Air Force says they were ready.
We've been preparing for this scenario for 8 years. It cannot be said that our military did not think this would not happen. We've destroyed 100 aircraft and 123 helicopters already.
A lot of Russian aircraft have been...
Okay, but you can't show fucking manpad while you're talking about Ukrainian Air Force. You know what I mean? Because that's not... That's just, you know, that's surface to air, you know, shoot and release, or shoot and forget fucking missile systems that they got. Like, I want to see some fucking... I want to see some goddamn, you know, air fighting, okay? I know it's fire and forget. Yes. Okay, whatever. I want to see some fucking Top Gun shit if you're going to give me some Top Gun shit. You can't be like, oh, dude, yeah, these fighter jets are just fucking ripping, dude. They're ripping. They're ripperoni. And then the only thing we've seen is Arma. And they keep showing that same fucking footage of the Russian chopper getting demolished.
Taken down by shoulder-launched missiles supplied by Western allies. But the Ukrainians also still operate longer-range systems like the S-300. The Air Force spokesman says Ukraine wants Western missiles and U.S. jets.
I'm talking about NATO integrated air defense systems, an F-15 Eagle or F-16 Fighting Falcon. They may be unused or decommissioned ones, but they could serve the Ukrainian military.
For Andriy, the battle for the skies over Ukraine is personal.
Bro, homie's cross-eyed, dude. What the fuck?
Both his mother and his wife are helping in the effort to fend off the Russians, he says, and that he too is willing to sacrifice.
For those of you who don't know, first of all, you need to have 20/20 vision. Maybe he's not. I don't know.
Everyone's afraid of being killed. It's one thing to die with honor. Another thing is to die without honor.
The U.S. has said Ukraine's Air Force remains largely intact and combat ready. The battle for the skies, another area where this outgunned nation is persevering against all odds.
Now to
Okay, we're gonna get to Justice Clarence Thomas in a second, and her wife, and his wife. Vision correctable to 2020, I believe. Biden has made it clear he's content to let other nations lead on Ukraine, says Laura Ingraham. Wait, bro, this is my favorite type of rhetoric from Fox News because they literally argue both sides of the argument at all times, okay? On the one hand, they're like, Biden's fucking doing too much. Why should we fight Russia? They're our friends, okay? Or some other shit, like literally like Tucker Carlson being like, well, you know, I'm on the side of Russia back in 2019, but still, I love that video. Tucker's like, that's one of my favorite videos now where he's like, why should anybody tell me you know, but I can't be on Russia's side, which I am. But then also, you know, Laura Ingraham has been fucking yelling about, like, why are we getting involved in Ukraine? To now, why are we not getting involved in Ukraine? Why are other nations leading?
This is the Ingraham angle on a busy Thursday night. Big tech censorship. It was kind of once a relative rarity, but it's now increasingly commonplace. And the media, once defenders of free expression, are cheering it on. So tonight,
I know, just like you cheer on the top of the hour ad break here at the top of the hour every hour where there's a 60-second ad break and you're like, yay, more ads, but you probably cheer that on because you know you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. You know, these are the ways that you can avoid the fucking top of the hour ad break. Sick fucks. Motherfucking got him, dude. The Ingraham angle, obtuse. That was funny. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Lil Tutache for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Thank you.
We speak to the CEO of The Federalist and the managing editor of the Babylon.
Okay, I don't care about the Babylon Bee. Okay, let's hear what she has to say about fucking Joe Brandon.
With Biden in Europe today, the world saw an ineffective,
Thank you, Free Tomato 13.
and dissembling American president.
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I'm thanking you. So someone I haven't called on before. You.
Wait, this is awesome. Is she about to say that, like, Brandon is doing a bad job? Because, look, you know, I'm not a big fan of NATO, as you guys already know. Okay? But, like, with respect to, I don't know, getting everyone on board with the same message, if you're like a rigid Atlanticist, okay, you gotta love what Brandon's doing. I mean, Uncle Brandon is fucking has personally repaired everything that Donald Trump basically fucking threw apart, with a lot of help from Putin, of course. But still, you know, it's kind of weird to criticize him on this.
Who are you? What was the first question?
Who are you?
You're playing a game with me. I'm not supposed to say where I'm going, am I?
As the war in Ukraine grinds
I love that cut. That was funny, though. That's a good cut.
on, gas prices skyrocket, a global food shortage looming. Joe Biden had no answers. And like his Supreme Court nominee at her confirmation hearing last week, he gave a lot of non-answers to important questions, like when he was pressed on the upshot of his recent phone call with China's President Xi. Namely, the question was, is China helping the Russian military?
I am not going to comment on any detail about what we know or don't know as a consequence.
Oh, maybe Ingraham is now mad because China's involved and, like, she fucking hates China. Is that what it is? Like, she's like, now that, like, China's involved, or at least she's, like, recognized that China's involved, and she's like, we have to go, you know, all hands on deck. Is that what it is? Why am I trying so desperately to find, like, any sort of intellectual honesty, or at the very least, like, moral consistency with Fox News commentators? What's wrong with me? Why am I doing this? There is no rational train of thought in anything they fucking say ever. Okay? You just have to literally forget. Like, fire and forget, you know, the Fox News commentary edition.
Brain rot time, Poggies.
Literally, just like what she said yesterday, she will contradict the day after, okay? Straight up, in its entirety. It'll be like she never said anything. That's how you have to approach Fox News commentary.
Of that conversation. But tomorrow is it tomorrow or next Monday that Ursula's having that conference with China? The first. On April 1st.
Translation, let the EU handle it. They'll handle Xi. I couldn't get anywhere with the guy. I mean, how embarrassing. Biden obviously couldn't get Xi to agree to anything regarding Russia, so now we're relying on the Europeans to figure things out. Good luck with that. Now, world leaders, especially our adversaries, listen intently to what an American president has to say, and Biden said several things today that were absurd on their face.
NATO has never been more united than it is today. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7.
Even the Washington Post had to concede that NATO is far from being unified.
Wait. What does she mean by this? I don't understand. First of all, it doesn't even matter what, like, NATO's contentions are or splits are. NATO is America, and America is NATO. What the fuck are these people talking about? Like, it doesn't matter what, like, other countries in NATO say. Hey, guys, there's a specific reason why, for example, 2 of the top European NATO countries actually advocated regularly for a ceasefire and peace negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, and that was never implemented. Like, literally never implemented, except for like the first fucking 4 days until there was another Minsk 2 immediately. You want to know why? Because we didn't want it. We had no fucking interest in that, okay? We, as in America. So this idea that like, there's so much confusion in NATO and the way that they want to fucking deal with Russia is different. It doesn't matter. It's what we have to say. NATO is our thing. It's why it was built, and it's why, and it's how it's used, okay? So, you can cry and say there's like splits or whatever, and there are genuine disagreements, in my opinion, with the way that the Ukrainian-Russian conflict has unfolded. If you look at, the attitudes that the German government had, the attitudes that the French government had leading up to the Russian invasion versus the attitudes that the American government had, you will see that difference in opinion. But ultimately, it's about America finally saying, this is what we're going to be on board with. Okay?
And France obviously didn't get that unity memo either. Despite Biden's call to isolate Putin economically, major French companies have just announced that they're not cutting off their business operations in Russia at all. Now, perhaps this is why Biden is singing a different tune on the power of sanctions.
Let's get something straight. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter.
Yeah, just last month.
Germany totally flipped on how to handle it, then announced they are reaming a day later. Not a coincidence. Wait, what do you mean? They literally are fucking they're still buying oil and gas. And now, if Putin is able to make sure that there's follow-up on his demands, they're going to not only be buying it, but they're going to be buying rubles and then buying it with rubles, okay? Like, there's just, they're literally going to straight up go not only against the sanctions in its entirety, but basically do it with Russian currency to fix their currency as well.
The White House insisted that sanctions did serve an important deterrence role.
The president believes that sanctions are intended to deter.
They're meant to prevent and deter a large-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Deter Russia through sanctions.
The sanctions are designed in the first instance to try to deter Russia from taking further aggression.
Inconsistency is the only consistent theme of this administration.
Oh, they said no. German gas buyers have raised alarm over Russia's ruble demand. BDev group calls on government to guard against disruption. Russian demand raises doubts over historic supply role. Russian gas is still flowing west. I mean, gas is still flowing west. And Russia said enemy nations are going to have to do that. They're going to have to buy it with rubles, but maybe it won't happen. See, I mean, this is wild, but it would not be surprising. But it doesn't matter because they're still buying it.
Next month. At this point. Now, Biden has made it clear that he's content to let other nations lead on Ukraine, on energy, and pretty much everything else. But when all else fails, and all else is failing with Biden, old Joe returns to his greatest hits, Trump and Charlottesville.
I had no intent.
Okay, after what happened in Mariupol, do you think Ukraine will give up Kyiv or like the whole country? No. I don't even think that there might be ever a need to give up Kyiv at all, given what Russia said earlier. We're going to talk about that as well. This is an unfortunate consequence of never actually seeing. I don't really care about whatever the fuck Laura Ingraham has actually, so I'm gonna skip this shit. It's so stupid. She's just like using this as a way to just be like, yo, Brandon sucks, whatever. What I actually wanted to talk to you about was Russia's. There was a conference earlier today. I don't know why the fuck they never show the Russian side's information. It is deeply frustrating, okay? Like, it is so fucking annoying that you have to search far and wide to try to figure out, like, what the fuck Russia is saying on their end, okay? It's so brain broken. Like, it makes me so mad. And not only that, but even the fucking the Financial Times correspondents covering Russia and Ukraine have to literally relaying their words, please don't shoot the messenger. Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Are you fucking stupid? Like, no, this information is incredibly worthwhile, even if you don't believe what they're saying. Okay? It's incredibly worthwhile. You're getting, you don't understand. It is a disservice to you to not see what the fuck their perspective is and what they're saying, how they perceive the war to be going on. It's so fucking stupid. Anyway, Russia's military held a big briefing this afternoon announcing the war was entering its second phase. Here's a summary of how Russia, at this point in the war, is depicting what it set out to do, why, and where we're at, relaying their words, please don't shoot the messenger. Okay? Firstly, the general said Russia has always intended to only liberate Donbass, that was what it was set out to do. It had two options: fight a war in the east, but allow Kyiv to replenish its forces, or start off by knocking out Ukrainian military capacities across the country. Except they literally failed on knocking out Ukrainian military capacities across the country. For the record, there is copium in this, but also there is truth in this as well. I just need to point this out to you. That, like, is the war going exactly as Russia intended? Of course not. Did Russia specifically want to take out Western locations where there were munitions depots to make sure that they had air superiority, and then ensure that they could overtake the northeastern and southeastern front, specifically so they can cut off the rest of, which is the majority of the Ukrainian forces on the eastern front away from Kyiv? Yes. Okay, that was a stated goal. First stated goal, originally, in my opinion, was take as much as you can, decapitate the leadership, plant your leadership, okay? Put your fucking pro-Russian person in a position of power. Obviously, that did not happen. That was a gigantic failure. That fucking, that did not happen. Anyone who says that that's not true, anyone who says that, like, Russia never intended for that, no. Of course, if they had the opportunity for it, they would have loved that. That's, that would have been 100% goal number one. Goal number two would have been to separate the forces as best as possible and ensure that this positioning was set specifically so that they could shut off the Eastern Front, where the majority of the Ukrainian military is currently stationed and fighting, okay? And wipe as many out as possible once security is maintained in the entire western, northwestern, and northeastern and southeastern Ukrainian cities, so they could then engage in war and clear out this area. Obviously, they wanted to also blow up the fucking canal, or the dam on top of the canal that was stopping water from reaching Crimea.
Let's go.
Okay. And not only that, but they effectively wanted to shut off the Eastern Front from Ukraine, or from the rest of Ukraine. So, anyone who says that that's not true has not been watching this coverage, or even some or plenty of smart Western analysts who have mentioned this as well. But that is goal number 4, okay? It wasn't goal number 1. It wasn't goal number 2. It wasn't goal number 3. So it's fucking copium to think that, like, oh, dude, everything is going great. Our supply lines are not being fucking shut down, and that we're totally everything is going according to plan. Bullshit. Not going according to plan. Blowing a dam can alter the entire landscape. Crazy to imagine. No, that dam was bullshit to begin with. It actually stopped water flow from coming into Crimea. So that was actually a good thing that they did, straight up. Yeah, fuck that dam. That was a gross human rights violation from Ukraine from the start. Anyway, So regardless, so there's a lot of copium here, but then there's also some realistic takes in here as well, saying that the generals said Russia has always intended to only liberate the Donbass, and that's what it set out to do. It had two options: fight a war in the east, but allow Kyiv to replenish its forces, or start off by knocking Ukrainian military capabilities across the country. Over a month of war, Russia has knocked out most of Ukraine's military capacities, the generals claimed, so can now move on to the next phase, which will only be focused on the east, which could involve heavy bombardment, which that's what I think is going to happen there. Yes, they are openly stating that they are going to start doing like we haven't seen the worst of the bombing yet. Russia has never intended to capture Kyiv, Kharkiv, and other cities, the general said. These are not setbacks. In other words, it's all part of the plan, and the plan was to distract Ukrainian forces while Russia, Donetsk, and Luhansk made territorial gains in the east. Numerous statements made about not targeting civilian infrastructure, avoiding civilian casualties. Bullshit. Of course they fucking hit civilian infrastructure nonstop, and they've of course had a fuckload of civilian casualties nonstop. So that's obviously a gigantic lie. Defense Ministry briefing also shared a new official figure for the number of Russian soldiers killed. The second statement by Russian side during the course of this war, they said 1,351 were killed. Figure is far below Ukrainian and international estimates. That's also bullshit as well. But why is this important to understand? It's important to understand. What? You're delusional, buddy? Talking to, bro? The reason why this is important to understand is because you need to see what the fuck they're going to do next. This shows where their head's at. This shows what their next move is going to be. And their next move is going to be to, once again, just like Task and Purpose and numerous other Western analysts that we have seen have mentioned time and time again, that their next move is going to be to try to shut off the Eastern Front from the rest of Ukraine and engage in heavy bombing campaigns going forward. Okay? This way, they will be able to overtake parts of Ukraine all the way to Dnieper River. I'm saying it wrong, so don't get mad at me. Fucking it up. In their minds, I think that's what their military goals are. Then, ultimately, if the terms of conditional surrender and negotiation remain, they will say autonomy for the Donbass region, recognition of Crimea as Russian territory, and demilitarization. I don't know what the actual stated disarmament or demilitarization is going to look like. And we will completely withdraw our forces. Okay? Blammo peace. No, the denazification stuff is bullshit. You guys are... Dude, the Ukraine and Russia are one nation, or denazification is fucking bullshit, okay? Here, I'll give you a perfect example. When George W. Bush said, God told me to fucking invade Iraq, do you think he legitimately did it for holy war purposes? Or do you think there were underlying material conditions in Iraq that were favorable for America to actually fucking invade Iraq? No, that's how he sold it to the American people, okay? Shut up, r/atheists. The point is, what you tell your public in your justifications as to why you are invading a country is entirely different than the actual reasons for why you invade a fucking country. Okay? Anyway. Literally, Bush just said that the gain fundy support, period. Yeah. Why doesn't Kyiv agree to what Russia wants right now? Well, because what Russia wants, well, multiple reasons. One reason as to why Kyiv can't agree with what Russia wants right now is because Zelensky also faces pressure at home. Pressure at home from people who are way, way, way more angry towards Russia and do not want a single fucking fraction of, do not want a single fraction of concessions given to Russia, and that they would consider that to be bloody. Like they would consider that to be a completely unacceptable thing. Okay? And what I mean by that is, even before this invasion happened, if you looked at what the Ukrainian authorities were saying, the Ukrainian defense minister on January 21st famously said, we would not want to do the Minsk agreement, not want to follow the Minsk agreement because we have, enough people in our country that we can fucking kill the Russian invaders if they ever invaded, fuck you. And also, it would not be seen as a positive thing in our country by our people. It would cause a rebellion if they were to be seen as conceding to Russia's demands. So that was what was going on even before the invasion.
This is one of the few public clips of a Ukrainian soldier firing a next-generation light anti-tank weapon, an NLAW. And this is what it can do. It means just one Ukrainian can take out a Russian tank or armored vehicle.
Yup.
Thousands of NLAWs were supplied by the UK and Luxembourg, while numerous countries have sent other kinds of anti-tank weapons. We counted up all of the military aid promised Ukraine in just the first week of war. The European Union and 27 countries committed more than $1 billion worth of weapons and supplies for the fight. What could have taken months of bureaucratic approvals, political maneuvering, and logistical coordination happened in a matter of days. So,
oh my God, someone says still not as dangerous as my mother-in-law. God damn it, dude.
Why did so many countries race to arm Ukraine?
Huh.
What did they send? And what is it all worth?
I wonder why they did that. Probably because they care about Ukrainian lives, I think. That's why. Definitely. That's no other reason, no other purpose. I'm sure that's the only reason.
Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. Within 24 hours, Lithuania, Poland, France, Estonia, and the United States all announced military aid for Ukraine. Biden approved $350 million in military aid.
Dude, I love fat planes, dude. That shit looks fire, dude. Look at that.
Biden approved $350 million.
Why did Russia supply weapons to separatists? Why do you think? It's literally, dude, what Russia supplying weapons to separatists is a one-to-one comparison with what NATO countries did to Ukraine against Russia. It's literally, if you can understand why Russia gave weapons to separatists in a proxy war, okay, then you can totally understand why NATO supplied weapons to Ukraine in a proxy war against Russia. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. That's precisely what's going on. Also, God, look at that big-ass fucking plane, dude. It's so sick. That was his point, dude. Lol. No, I know, but I agree with that.
$1 million in military aid. That became the largest single transfer of arms.
Sorry, but this is not the same. What? Why? What do you mean? The goal is 1,000%. Don't pretend the separatists weren't Russian soldiers. Yeah, dude, everyone living in fucking Donbass is a Russian soldier. Yo, there were, of course, mercenaries, dog. Of course. Okay, little green men. I know. I agree. Yes, of course there were fucking mercenaries. What do you think the CIA was doing? Do you think that, like, why were there Ukrainians training in Canada? Have you ever thought about that? Like, what do you think was going on there? It's literally a one-to-one comparison.
U.S. warehouses to another country ever. It was the start of a flood of military supplies sent to Ukraine in just the first week of war, as protests around the world called for an end to the invasion.
Stop Russian aggression!
and the internet erupted over claims that the US offered a different kind of help to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the chance to be evacuated. Zelensky reportedly answered, "I need ammunition, not a ride." On February 26th, 10 more countries announced they would send aid, including...
Not the same because Crimea annexed by Russians and even Donbass exploded because of Russian forces leak in Ukraine. What? Ukraine didn't start war in Donbass region nor the current invasion, so I don't think it's a 1-to-1. No, also, Ukraine is the victim in this situation. I wasn't making a comparison about Ukraine. You need to also understand that being a victim in this situation also means your sovereignty or your personal interests or your personal moves are somewhat irrelevant in the conversation. That's the unfortunate reality here is that, yes, Russia took advantage of separatist interests in the region, totally fucking beefed them up, legitimized them, okay? And I think that Ukraine's collapse only strengthens Russia's arm industry. When Russia develops an independent economy, they'll just continue to use that leverage to manage the conflict in the same way America does and not even use anything except drones for warfare, so none of this is going to be good from now on ever. This is the, I mean, I don't know enough about Russia's defense industry. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. Yeah, I can't conclusively, I can't even say this is a stupid take or not. I don't know. I literally don't know. Okay. What I do know is that Ukraine is fucked. Ukraine is fucked from the jump. I am from Ukraine. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Dude, I can't believe you just banned a very definitely, very clearly Ukrainian chatter, dude. On the video of North Korea giving Russia shit. W ad blocker. I am from the Ukraine. Am using Google Trends. Please don't talk about what's happening just for view El Hasan. Come on, bro. We got to unban him. We got to see what else he's saying. I need to hear what this man who's clearly from Ukraine is saying.
Stinger missiles, helmets, machine guns, and fuel. Many shipments broke countries' long-standing traditions of not sending weapons to active war zones. Berlin reversed course to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 surface-to-air missiles. On February 27th, 6 more countries announced millions worth of military shipments, including 5,000 anti-tank weapons. By the 5th day, a Russian military convoy was headed directly towards Kyiv. For the first time in its history, the European Union financed and purchased weapons for a country outside its borders, to the tune of $505 million. Europeans saw a much bigger danger in the invasion.
I'm sorry to do this, but my friend is bitching to me that you haven't covered Katanji, and all I was wondering is if you ever covered her nomination at all. If you don't need to answer, you don't want to, of course, sorry, man, but he won't just shut up. I literally covered it for the past, 3 days for hours. Pretty funny, for hours.
Target is not only Ukraine. The target is the stability in Europe and the whole of the international peace order. And we will hold President Putin accountable for that.
By the end of the first week,
I have 3 friends from Ukraine, some from Lviv, one from Donbass. They moved to another country. Of course, their stories a bit separates, but don't say that Donbass attacked Ukraine. Go check some old news about what happened after Maidan. Yeah, people fucking think that, Euromaidan was just, hugs and kisses. Obviously, the fucking government was incredibly brutal and also super fucking corrupt. But people also think that, there was no activation of right-wing paramilitaries made by American government officials that were literally there. John McCain just went to fucking Ukraine for no reason. Like, he just wanted to go there. You know what I mean? Amy Klobuchar went to Ukraine for no fucking reason. The American government literally twice said we should stop arming Nazis in the form of legislation for no reason. None of those things are real, okay? None of that happened. That the Minsk agreement was violated by Ukraine as well as Russia, but definitely by Ukraine for no reason. And let me tell you something. The power, or rather the overwhelming air superiority in that situation was in the hands of the Ukrainian National Guard and the Ukrainian military when they were shelling cities, not dissimilar to how Russia is shelling the rest of Ukraine right now. Okay? How do so many people know about Ukrainian politics? I'm a fucking retail stalker in college. I still don't know shit. They don't. They just have heard things here and there from YouTubers that are making arguments for them that they're just coming in here to repeat so they can feel like moral superiority or some shit. It's literally just fake.
The US and NATO had sent more than 17,000 anti-tank weapons, like this Swedish-made AT-4.
Generally speaking, this weaponry isn't that hard to use, as it may seem at first. We can get to use that.
Some of what the EU and US sent are newer weapons, like Javelin and Stinger missiles. But much of the military equipment shipped by European countries is older weapons from the Soviet era.
When Germany said we're going to deliver a couple of thousand air defense missiles, those were things.
Azov had only 300 soldiers during the 2014-2015 civil war and only saw combat in Mariupol. Yeah, totally. It's only Azov that's like right wing. You're right. No one else. You know, even then it's like, yeah, they only have 300 people, and even then they've only admitted to 10% of their forces being Nazis, which is like a wild thing. There was a BBC News article that I was watching that came out yesterday defending the Azov Nazi stuff, and it blew my fucking mind. I was like, this is completely psychotic that they wrote this. Like, I cannot fucking believe that they just straight up out loud are like, yeah, well, technically they admitted that only 10 to 20%. Adam something posted a 40-minute video about how Gravel lies about Azov, so a bunch of Euro sock dems might come in here being fucking annoying. Dude, I'm sorry to say this, but, you know, Europeans and fucking being secret crypto neo-Nazis goes hand in hand sometimes, okay? Europe and pro-NATO Europeans being a fucking fan of Nazis or running defense for Nazis is not exactly news to me, okay? Holy shit. Also, Adam something, look, I know he's got some good videos on fucking, you know, engineering stuff, but deeply, deeply fucking frustrating to constantly, you know, have this conversation, especially when it's literally an ex-alt-right guy who was a Nazi until like literally a fucking year ago, okay? Maybe it's real comfortable for someone to fall back into those propaganda talking points. That is a straight up fucking red line for the record, okay? That's completely unacceptable. Like, the idea that, like, we should continue arming fucking right-wing paramilitaries, or it was good that we did that, and we should keep doing that, is great. Yeah, we totally. That's never been bad. That's a little unfair to not everyone is born to leftist. I agree. I am very, very open-minded. I'm very, very open-minded to people who, and I believe in rehabilitation, but, you know, it's wild to watch, like, Western media straight up fucking advocate for ISIS 2, like white ISIS 2, right in front of our fucking eyes, and I'm seeing people that are supposed to be like, you made an entire post on YouTube saying nuclear war isn't so bad. Adam's a complete sociopath. Okay, I don't want to. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, I hyped him up a lot in the beginning. You guys are crazy. Like, If you were open-minded, you wouldn't have anger in your voice when talking about other sides. Brother, there is no side in the war that I take. I only side with the working class. But there is one fucking aspect that I do not abide by, or one aspect of any kind of war that I do not agree with, and that is Nazis. Okay, that's it. It's pretty simple. Okay, that's what I care about the Ukrainian people. Okay, first and foremost, and I also recognize that when you have a fucking country that is about to be flooded with a bunch of right-wing psychos undermining their influence and making it seem as though they have no fucking power whatsoever, is doing their bidding. Of course I'm going to be angry at that.
Things which they had inherited from the GDR. So these are things which are 30 years old or more.
It's something of a benefit, since Ukrainian troops were largely trained on Soviet-era weapons. At the end of the first week, Russian forces had seized a city in the south, but Ukrainians were holding on to the capital.
He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined.
In the months leading up to the current conflict, the United States sent military equipment in anticipation of prolonged street fighting. 3 weeks after Russia's invasion, the U.S. promised Ukraine another $1 billion in weapons and supplies. The U.S. also announced...
Like, can you imagine if I was like, yeah, the Wagner group are Nazis, well, technically they're not actually Nazis. It's just the guy was a big fan of Wagner as a composer. And, he just likes the aesthetics of the swastika. And that's why he has the tattoos, on his body. And also, they're not even, comprised of the entirety of the Russian military. They're just a private... They're just a fucking, private military contractor that's being used. It's not that big of a deal. Who cares if he has, a swastika on his chest? Because that's what you fucking sound like when you do this for Azov, okay? That's literally what you're doing. The best thing to hope for is those fucking Nazis meet at the battlefront and they both die, okay? That's the best thing you can hope for. You just sit back, no civilians get touched, and those two fucking shitheads fight each other and die collectively together, okay? It's insane. This idea that they have Nazis too. Okay, fuck them. They should also meet the same fucking end.
$6.5 billion in military spending on the crisis, which includes sending more troops to Europe. There were already 9,000 U.S. troops stationed on the Polish side of the border, and other NATO members have doubled up on troops in Eastern Europe. It's a significant show of strength from a bloc of allies.
Poke made a rap on a beat while you were ranting about Euro sock dems.
They admitted that only 10 to 20%. Adam Something posted a 40-minute video about how Gravel lies about Azov, so a bunch of Euro sock dems might come in here being fucking annoying. Dude, I'm sorry to say this, but, Europeans and fucking being secret crypto neo-Nazis goes hand in hand sometimes, okay? Europe and pro-NATO Europeans being a fucking fan of Nazis or running defense for Nazis is not exactly news to me, okay? Holy shit. Also, Adam Something, look, he's got some good videos on fucking, engineering stuff, but deeply fucking frustrating to constantly, have this conversation, especially when it's literally an ex-alt-right guy who was a Nazi until literally a fucking year ago, okay? Maybe it's real comfortable for someone to fall back into those propaganda talking points.
This is what I should be doing. I think this is how I can get my message across with clarity.
Whose history helps explain how this conflict in military spending on the anticipation of prolonged street fighting.
Okay.
3 weeks after Russia's invasion, the U.S. promised Ukraine another $1 billion in weapons and supplies. The U.S. also announced $6.5 billion in military spending on the crisis, which includes sending more troops to Europe. There were already 9,000 U.S. troops stationed on the Polish side of the border, and other NATO members have doubled up on troops in Eastern Europe. It's a significant show of strength from a bloc of allies whose history helps explain how this conflict was sparked in the first place. NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, formed after World War II. 12 countries banded together to counter the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It was a mutual defense pact. Attacking one NATO country meant attacking all of them. Ukraine isn't a part of NATO, but after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991,
what else did they
gave
do?
Up thousands of nuclear weapons in exchange for a guarantee of security by the US, UK, and Russia. Starting in 1999, NATO brought in countries that had been part of the former Soviet.
Wait, hold on. Let's run that back real quick. So that's really interesting. They're talking about like, you know, all these countries, right? All these countries, which of course Germany included after. I wonder who were like the militarized groups in said countries that would have an anti-communist point of view. You know, because this is like the aftermath of World War II. Who had military capabilities or militant attitudes towards the motherfuckers that literally liberated them? I wonder who in these countries, just think about it for a second. Just literally think. I'm just asking you to think for 1 second. For 1 second, who in these countries, and I'm not talking about Great Britain because like they were on a fucking fuck communists POV from the jump, but you know, because despite Stalin's numerous attempts at consolidating power with the West ahead of time in the buildup to World War II, you know, those cries kind of fell on deaf ears. Remember, everybody that says like Molotov-Ribbentrop or whatever are fucking pieces of shit who are telling you an ahistorical approach. But who do you think these guys in these countries that were fucking destroyed? Who do you think in these countries was willing and able to fight and had the wherewithal, knowledge, and more importantly, the enthusiasm to fight communists? Huh? Think about that. Who? Because it certainly wasn't the fucking communists in those countries, which at the time there were viable communist parties in said countries. It wasn't the resistance to the fascists, because the resistance to the fascists in a lot of instances was comprised of Popular Front figures. Popular Front being, you know, pro-Soviet figures. It was the other side. Those who did not die in the war that, you know, had an expressly anti-Soviet attitude in these countries. Because, you know, World War II was won by the Soviets. That was the, you know, by the overwhelming majority in every single one of these, even Western European nations at the time, was that, yes, of course, the USSR played a significant role in the death and destruction of Nazi superpower. Okay? So the remnants of that and the influence of that, even in Western Europe, was pretty significant. So how did that go away? What happened to all of the communist parties in these countries? What happened to all of the social democratic parties in these countries that were, at the very least, reformist, revisionist, but still adjacent? What happened to all the trade unionists? Where'd they go? What could have happened, I wonder? I don't know. I mean, it's just, they probably decided, no, we love the very same fascists that we were dying at the hands of, and the helpful resistance, Popular Front, and also all the anarchists and all the communists that like helped liberate Europe and were anti-Nazi from the jump. Those guys are bad, actually. Despite how popular they were in polling.
Country meant attacking all of them. Ukraine isn't a part of NATO, but after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, It gave up thousands of nuclear weapons in exchange for a guarantee of security by the US, UK, and Russia. Starting in 1999, NATO brought in countries that had been part of the former Soviet bloc, like Poland and Hungary. The continued expansion has made Putin furious. He's made his case by claiming Western leaders promised not to expand NATO, even though there never was an agreement not to expand.
Сегодня достаточно одного взгляда на карту, чтобы увидеть, как западные страны.
Wait, that one's bullshit too.
Has made Putin.
You literally can't, on the one hand, be like, wow, Russia never abided by the original security commitments that they made in the denuclearization agreement, which was a big L for Ukraine, okay, straight up. But then turn around and be like, also, no such promises were made that NATO would not expand post-Eastern, post-Germany. Okay. Sorry, you didn't have it in writing, so it doesn't matter. Well, I guess the lesson you need to learn is never trust the Western leaders. Never take them at their word for it. And I guess get it in writing. But if any one of you thinks that the West would not have expanded NATO regardless, even if it was in writing, is a fucking dumbass, okay? So you want the West to be a USSR puppet? I mean, we're talking about like a degree of historical revisionism that would be so, like, it's like a movie at that point. I have no idea what that would look like.
Furious. He's made his case by claiming Western leaders promised not to expand NATO, even though there never was an agreement not to expand.
Сегодня достаточно одного взгляда на карту, чтобы увидеть, как западные страны сдержали обещание не допустить продвижения НАТО на восток. Попросту обманули. Мы получили одну за другой 5 волн расширения НАТО.
And back in 2008, after NATO's Secretary General promised Georgia and Ukraine that they could one day become members, Putin invaded Georgia. 6 years later, he annexed part of Ukraine and has since demanded that Ukraine be blocked from ever joining NATO.
Мы четко понимаем, что при...
Ironically, the video reveals the ultimate intentions here. You know? They didn't try to Finland? Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps it was like, perhaps because George W. Bush didn't say Finland should join NATO. He just said Georgia and Ukraine should join NATO. Why would Finland not join NATO? Or why would that not matter? Why would George W. Bush's opinion on Finland not matter? Because Finland is a fucking European country that is better developed than Georgia and Ukraine. So they couldn't fucking manipulate Finland in the same way that they could with security assurances and lie to them and act like they're going to fucking defend them. Okay? That's why. Like, can you imagine being in Georgia and thinking you're going to be in the EU? Can you imagine being in Turkey and thinking that you're going to ever be in the EU? I can. I grew up in that fucking country, okay? I know what it's like. They just dangle it in front of you. They're like, come on, you're going to join the EU. It's going to be fucking sick. Never going to happen. You're a psycho if you think that. I mean, it's not. It's sad. It's sad to think that it's going to happen, but it's just not going to happen. That's what they do, though.
From ever joining NATO.
Мы четко понимаем, что при подобном сценарии уровень военных угроз для России кардинально, в разы повысится.
Hold on.
Biden has said...
Sorry, I missed all the fucking...
Georgia. 6 years later, he annexed part of Ukraine and has since demanded that Ukraine be blocked from ever joining NATO.
Мы четко понимаем, что при подобном сценарии уровень военных угроз для России кардинально, в разы повысится.
Biden has said that the U.S. would fight back if any NATO country was attacked, but that U.S. troops will not enter Ukraine. So, without NATO troops or air power, can this military aid turn the tide? Ukraine's military spending was roughly 1/10 of Russia's in 2020, and their military counts 209,000
Yeah, except the CIA and NATO and the Western Union thought the communists could take over, so they planned a little thing called stay-behind organizations to ensure that never happened. Brother, communists literally govern France. Holy shit, Americans need to be more open about world history. Also, look up who got elected in France in 1981, and he had a socialist government before World War II as well. But I know about what you said. Yes, my dad, what? Helped the CIA, which is ironic because he was a Trotskyite. Oh, that isn't ironic. That your Trotskyite father helped the CIA. I mean, it's only ironic if you... Anyway. Yeah, I guess it's ironic. What's next? Are you going to tell me an anarchist was also helping the CIA? A double ironic. So much irony. Anyway, don't ever have a fucking argument in my chat ever again without me being involved in it. That's crazy. Look up Stay Behind and the murder of Olof Palme. Dude, I know. What do you think I'm talking about when I talk about fucking Gladio and what NATO's involvement was with right-wing paramilitaries and reactionary fucking groups that they activated to do bloody violence in countries that had a sympathetic point of view to fucking communist and Soviet era influence. Okay? What do you think? That's what I'm talking about. That is what it is. That is what I'm referencing when I say who do you think had like military capabilities or at least army training at the time? It's and a lot of fucking opinions about or demonstrated anti-Soviet sentiment.
1,000 active members, less than a quarter the size of Russia's armed forces. The tank war is also uneven. That's why Javelin and NLAW missiles have become such an important part of the war.
Russian tanks have serious problems dealing with these things. So you run around in Russian tank units, you will think, where are those Javelins and when are they going to hit me?
Ukrainians have used them to destroy numerous tanks and armored vehicles so far. But it's in the air where Russia truly dominates. Russia has more than 1,500 jets to Ukraine's 100, and that's what makes Stinger missiles so crucial. It's a surface-to-air, shoulder-fired weapon that can take down low-flying fighter jets or attack helicopters. But Stingers can only do so much. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky asked NATO for a no-fly zone, something NATO rejected completely.
І зараз я повторюю знову, якщо ви не закриєте наше небо, то це лише питання часу, коли російські ракети впадуть вже на вашу територію, на територію НАТО, на домівки громадян країн НАТО.
But to enforce a no-fly zone, NATO would have to fire on Russian planes that violate the zone.
This video is actually not bad. I mean, it's still biased, but like, it's not bad in describing a lot of this shit.
NATO would also need to destroy Russian surface-to-air missile defenses on the ground. All of that could risk a broader war with Russia. 1 month after the start of the war, Ukraine still controlled Kyiv. There's much talk of Ukraine's resilience, but the question remains if they can stand up to Russia alone, even with all this extra firepower.
Why do we react so vehemently to NATO's expansion? This was when he was talking to Oliver Stone.
NATO's expansion is credited as executive if it felt threatened by NATO. Putin issued the warning in an interview with US filmmaker Oliver Stone for the Igor Lapatanek documentary Ukraine on Fire. It's a film that's described as revealing the historical premise of the ongoing Ukrainian crisis, its current political backstage, and its dangerous potential for the world. Oliver Stone is credited as executive producer and having conducted interviews. In the documentary, which was broadcast on Russian television on Monday, the president told Stone that Russia was worried about NATO's expansion.
Потому что сама по себе база ничего не значит. Но вот чтобы я хотел отметить один нюанс. Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО. Нас беспокоит практика принятия решений. Я знаю, как принимаются. Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться давлению со стороны такой крупной страны, лидера НАТО, как США. И там легко может появиться все, что угодно. Система противоракетной обороны и новые.
What do you mean? I mean, he's right. Everything he's saying. Why did you say I got baited with this video? What's the bait?
Новые базы,
Right.
И если потребуются и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать? Мы должны в этой связи предпринимать контрмеры, то есть ставить под удар наших ракетных систем те объекты, которые, по нашему мнению, начинают нам угрожать. Ситуация напрягает.
On Monday, Russia confirmed it had deployed state-of-the-art anti-ship missiles in the nation's westernmost region on the Baltic Sea. They'll be on duty in the Kaliningrad enclave that borders NATO members Poland and Lithuania.
Знаете, мне кажется, я не всегда понимаю логику наших партнеров. Иногда стало впечатление, что нужно держать в повиновении и наладить дисциплину в своем собственном западном, так называемом, атлантическом лагере. Для этого нужен внешний враг. При всех опасениях Иран на это не очень тянет.
Dude, I don't know what the city is on Putin's CCTV in his declaration of war. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you fine? Holy shit, dude. This motherfucker keeps asking over and over again, like, dude, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.